There you go. Okay, hello.
Are you
Let's see here.
If you're still feeling tired,
Oops.
you don't have to force yourself.
There we go. Okay, so hello, how you doing? We're back on Arknights. We're playing the new event. Give me a sec while I just set some things up here real quick. All right. Okay, yeah, everything looks good, so let's begin. So what we're gonna do, the new character is out, Phantom Altar. So here's what we're gonna do. How many pulls do I have in total? I got 93,187 plus my 20, so 98,000. How much again? Or 93,187. Divide that by 600. 155 plus my 20, that's 175. Okay, so I'm at 175. What we can do, I'll use like this ticket. I'll use this, right? Okay. We'll use this 110 to see if we get anything, right? All right. It's a 5. Didn't get anyone. Oh well, that's fine. I'm just gonna use the 1. Let's see. Oh, Jessica Ultrastare. Thorns, Mudrock. Okay. If that's all that I'll put in, the rest of the pulls are going to the collab banner coming up at some point.
Would you like to push me on?
I very much appreciate.
Wowee! I love this place. Welcome home, Doctor.
Okay, we're playing the new event today. Let's see. And I'm very tired. I was like moving a bunch of stuff around my place. So I'm pretty tired right now. So let's get through this, shall we? See. But I never did get around to like getting her mod. I've just been too lazy to do this. I'll get around to it at some point. I need more modules. Where's the store? This store. Oh, wait. Oh, Miss Christine. We get Miss Christine through the event, through this event. Look at that, the cat. Wait, oh, she's a primal caster. Sick. Nervous impairment. Alright. I guess straight up cats are like not off the table for becoming an operator. That's sick. Okay. So how many stages are there? 8 stages. Okay. Yeah, okay. So let us begin. I'm gonna be reading through all this. DD roll needs Phantom for full power. Oh yeah, for Miss Christine. I did 110. That's pretty much it. I do have another 10 roll ticket, but I kind of want to save it for limited pulls. He leaves the bed of withered flowers. They say it is a sign of bountiful harvest, and so some walked in the embrace of night. Some shared nectar before the bonfire, and some walked hand in hand, lost together where the story diverged. Shut the lips that sound the horn, he said. Close the eyes about to witness eternity, he said. Incite a young fowl to pick the fruit of pain. Exile an infant to arrive at joyful death. Weeds walk their own path, through tears, falsehoods, and riddles. He leaves the bed of withered flowers. He writes his epitaph into the stirring dust, waiting for the day when he gazes upon it. Does Lady DuPont still shut herself in her room? It's been 3 days and she's hardly touched her food. What shall we do? The way I see it, the madam is fretting over nothing. As heir to the DuPont family, Victoria's most noble lineage, she is both elegant and intelligent, and no one could fault her for choosing any of her 3 suitors. But that's exactly why she's so troubled. The 3 Rockefeller brothers may look like they come from some handsome mold, but they each have wildly different personalities and occupations. When a wise scholar, a brave soldier, and a romantic poet all ask for your hand at once, can you even imagine choosing which to spend your life with? Besides, whatever choice she makes is bound to bring great pain to the other 2. Why, the very thought of the bonuses we'll get when one of those millionaires moves in. Whatever choice she makes, I hope she chooses soon. How could you be so... Cut. Director Quay? Stiff as damn statues. Well, it's just exposition anyway. Might as well cut the scene and add a few symbolic empty shots later. Let's just hope our overzealous producer lady don't sweat the small stuff. You two take a break while we make some adjustments to the script. Actually, don't bother coming back for shooting more adjustments. This guy just can't make up his mind. I'm sorry, did he fire them or is he like rewriting the script? Alright people, we're not taking a break just yet, so just shut up. Already shut up. Yes, I know we've been shooting for 2 months and everyone's tired and the plate's far from the city center and there's no casinos or shopping districts here and everything at the self-service bar is undrinkable piss water. But for better or worse, this is our last week. Time is precious and so is my film. The death of Lady DuPont is the kind of historical tragedy they don't make in Rankwood these days, exploring Columbia's changing times through the lens of a noble woman's marriage. So I don't want it looking like some cheap cash grab when it finally hits theaters. Let's move on to the next run through. The death of Lady DuPont, balcony scene 3, Milani and Michael, you're up. What's the matter, Miss Rutherford? What do you think, boy? Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have made a veteran like you wait a whole minute for me to get ready. Do you think I'm making a big deal out of nothing? Of course not. Alongside Marianne Blake, you used to be one of the greatest actresses in Rankwood. Seniority, status, etiquette, hate them as much as you like deep down, you will respect them on my set. I'm sorry if I offended you, ma'am. So are you ready? I know it's not easy playing 3 different characters, but don't mix them up like you did last time. You're playing the second Rockefeller, the soldier. Oh, so one guy is playing 3 brothers. Damn, man. You're at Lady DuPont's manor and have just thrown away your older brother's flowers and torn up your younger brother's love letter. You're rushing into your beloved bedroom to pour your heart out. Silence, please. Action. Believe me, my love, my 2 brothers could never match my feelings for you. I've heard more than enough honeyed words, Mr. Rockefeller. Were I not the scion of DuPont, were our union to bring the Rockefellers no wealth or status in high society, would you still... You wound me, I am no schemer, and I mean every word I say. You know I'm not as smart or sensitive as my brothers. How can I hope to move you if not through the sincerity of my feelings? And how will you prove it? I recently returned from the battlefield where I brushed shoulders with death. When that shell burst right next to me, when I felt my body and my senses flying away, when I came close to death's door, all I could picture was your face, your smile. You have the next line, ma'am. Despicable. What? What kind of a soldier would twist his face up like you did when speaking of the battlefield? You put so much honey in your words, you could stick a fly to the ground with it. I know you spent the last 2 months making moves on anything even vaguely female on this plate, but for God's sake, keep your private life off the set, boy. Not everyone will fall for a wiggle of your ears and swoosh of your orange tail like that dumb blonde. Yo. Dumb blonde? Marion, what are you doing here? Why wouldn't the costume designer be on set for the run-through? I need to see if the costumes are in order. Or what? Don't tell me you also believe that gossip the rest of the crew's been spreading. Right, of course, there's no problem. Moving on, Michael, your performance needs to fit the character better or it won't come across as sincere. The second Rockefeller sincerity is the whole point. Without it, how can we possibly convince the audience that this is what pushes Lady DuPont to finally make her decision? You two can take a break while we move on to the next one. Abner. I'm here. We need an evocative transition into the next scene. Gotcha, we'll go with the plan we talked about yesterday. Also, can you stay away from that metal rack? I'm worried the screws will scratch the camera. I can't tell if you're the winner of Rankwood's Best Cinematography Award or the least professional cameraman in town. Why not both? What happened to you, man? No need to make a fuss of it. As Lady DuPont and the second Rockefeller's conversation fades out, the camera pans away from the balcony, moves down the steps across a row of portraits and antique vases to the front hall drapes with red curtains. The front door opens. The sound of wind and rain trespasses into the quiet manor. The camera follows and a black shadow enters the frame. You know, it's a real cat that's like they have like voiced for Miss Christine, and I think that's freaking awesome. What the hell's that black shadow? Is it a ghost, a prop, hallucination, somebody's freaking pet? Dude, none of you idiots realize what kind of havoc an animal like this could wreak on a film set. Grab it, Abner. Don't let him mess with the camera rails on the ground. With what hands, or do you want me to smash the damn camera? It went your way, Marion. I don't have any free hands either. And are you prepared to take responsibility if costumes get wrinkled? The producer would have a fit. Someone stop it. Mysterious and elegant creature darts through the set, weaving behind the wires and delicate equipment laid out over the ground, its two tails moving this way and that as cries are heard up and down the crowd. Stop painting that background, catch that thing. Tippy, are you there? The prop intern. Her name is Moira. Moira. Forget it, Tippy. You're like way too nice, Molly. You can't let people walk all over you. Who cares? Just catch that thing. It stopped. Well, aren't you a cutie? You're even more mysterious than the monster in that horror flick I saw last night. Mind if I use you as reference for the street scene? A mysterious and elegant creature settles into the prop box, looking up at the two girls with what seems to be displeasure. Moira cannot help but bend down and reach out to it, but as she looks into its clear blue eyes, she feels her mind go blank. Next moment, the creature has vanished from the set. Finally. How could you just let it get away from right under your noses? Now, Marion. I'm the one you're mad at. No need to take it out on the newcomers. You. If you're going to argue, take it outside, or better yet, off the plate. After all, no one expects professionalism out there. Greta. Back to work, people. I thought you'd be more upset about the shoot being delayed. I'm not that harsh, Steven. Besides, her appearance on set means we're in for a wonderful surprise when it's time to shoot. Her? Wait, you mean that creature? Who else? She's the companion of a guest of mine, and her showing up means that he's finally made up his mind. He'll play the messenger who appears in the next scene. Isn't that right? Lucien. Hey! As you wish. Miss Christine is free, and none may interfere with her intentions or actions. I apologize on her behalf. Hold up, we're making a last-minute cast change, just for some pretty boy no one's heard of. It's only a minor role, no need to feel threatened. My handsome leading man, Michael. And it's not out of nowhere. Greta gave me a heads up earlier. Fine. I'm glad you've made your decision, Lucien. Film is a very different beast from stage, so I understand why you needed to take your time thinking it over. But that costume fits you so well, I was right to invite you. I guarantee you'll be the next big thing in Rankwood. I can only hope. Well, we've delayed enough. If the actors are ready, let's get on with the run-through. I take it you've got your lines down, Lucien? I can recite them backwards. Alright then, the death of Lady Dupont, front hall, scene 4, action. I can tell that all the other people on set are pretty much gonna be assholes, aren't they? All the people on set are gonna be assholes, huh? As the second Rockefeller pours his heart out to Lady Dupont on a balcony, a young messenger from afar pushes open the front door. Hello. He's welcomed by Lady Dupont's brother, who always seems to have a lot on his mind. Oh, for God's sake, where's Sir Dupont? Dalton. Where the Hitchcock has he run off to this time? Drinking again. Where's my coordinator, Shelley? We're here. Thank goodness. I found him. I brought Dalton. He's drunk. I realized he was missing when I took a head count at the waiting area. I searched every food cart, every self-service bar, and outdoor rest area, anywhere that might have booze. If I found him in some bushes by the road. Knife, I found the knife. He said he was looking for the knife prop that the messenger is supposed to kill Sir Dupont with. So which one of you sent a drunk to go hunt down a prop? Where's the prop master Moira? I don't know. Fine, whatever, as long as we've got the prop. Costume crew, get his clothes in order. You do remember what you're playing in the scene, right? Of course, a corpse, nobody does it better. Pathetic. What do you say? Sorry, but I simply can't stand people like you. You used to be the darling of Rankwood when Pioneer Films were in their heyday. Producers were queuing up to book you. And now you're just going to let yourself rot like mud in a pit. What do you know? I couldn't care less what you've been through, but at least show a shred of self-respect in front of the younger generation. That's one of the rules of Rankwood too. You're playing opposite a man who's standing in front of a camera for the first time. Fine. What's your name? Lucien. You may call me Phantom. Whatever. Sorry, kid. Didn't know this was your first shoot, but don't worry. Just follow my lead. I can lead this role hammered, no problem. I'm gonna try to kill you to shut you up because of the news you brought. We get to scuffling, then you grab this knife and stab me with it. It's a prop, so the blade just slides into the handle. I got a blood rag in my chest pocket, and it'll pop just like with just a little pressure. Just don't get stuck on thinking, when am I gonna grab the knife, or you won't get in character. Got it? You read through that letter 3 times now, Sir Dupont. If there's no issue with it, please assemble everyone in the household so I can read it to them. Huh? Dalton's eyes meets the young man's, and he swallows the drunken hiccup that had reached the front of his throat. He sees not a rookie actor on a film set for the first time, but a messenger who had come all the way from Victoria, his gaze tired but strong. The studio falls silent. Director Quay has yet to call action, but Dalton can feel his counterpart's focus, and Abner's camera points towards them. He is looking at a natural, and so he takes a deep breath. No, this is an official letter from Victoria's royal house. I can't let you read it out loud. People were to hear that the DuPont bloodline is all a lie, that my sister's marriage to any of the Rockefellers will be called off. All that wealth, all that money, that should have been mine, my future, my very future, all gone in an instant like popping a balloon. Can you just leave, boy? Pretend you were never here. I'll give you money. I'll give you all the money you want. You have no authority over me. You're just a messenger. What part of this has anything to do with you? The truth. What? True. What happened to this household has nothing to do with me, but it got something to do with truth, sir. Even if I turn around and left right now, the truth of the DuPont family will still have kicked open your door forevermore. I have no power to take away your misfortune. All I can do is to announce it's coming, whether you're willing to face it enough or not. For such is my wretched fate. Dalton looks into the young man's eyes and sees deep pain and sorrow within. Suddenly he feels like he has never been so sober. He does not need to recall his lines, they come to him naturally. Pain, sorrow, laughable. Who do you think you are? Dalton pulls his knife and swings it at the young man. Oh shit! Sir DuPont and the young messenger fight over the deadly weapon. It takes only a moment for it to change hands, their actions as coordinated as if they had rehearsed it 1,000 times. Pain, sorrow, laughable. Who do you think you are? I will not let you ruin what should be mine. As I said, sir, my only connection here is to the truth. From the noble halls of Victoria to the ruins of Gaul to the Basilica of Laterano to the coastline of Iberia. I've walked all four corners of Terra, delivering the silent message of death and bearing witness to countless meaningless tragedies. The story of the DuPonts is but one of them. And while I have never sought it, the truth always reveals itself before my eyes. Such is my wretched fate. Shut up. Sir DuPont desperately lunges at the young man before him. The face of the messenger has become twisted in the struggle. He notices the young man pause for an instant, then grip the knife again. The point of the knife approaches his chest. The man must have felt the weight of fate, he thinks. A lifeless body falls to the ground, blood, rose petals, the wind and rain. Cut. Did you get all that, Abner? I think we might be able to use this take as is. Sure did. Is this really this guy's first time on camera, Steven? Reddit said he used to be part of a theater troupe. Oh, a stage actor. Honestly, I'm more shocked by Dalton. I haven't seen such a convincing performance from him in ages. Get up, Dalton, we're packing up, but if you want to drink tonight, I'm buying. Dalton? Why isn't he getting up? Check on him, Shelly. It is as if the air has frozen. Dalton lies in front of the steps, not stirring even as Shelly dashes to his side. Oh, he's dead. The blood bag in his suit pocket has already run dry. The blood continues to seep from his chest. Moved with a terrifying thought, Shelly reaches out towards the red liquid on the ground with a trembling hand. It is warm, sticky, and metallic. This is real blood. Ah, dude, this is gonna be a murder mystery? Hell yeah, dude. I love murder mysteries. All right. Who killed Dalton? I wonder. Who replaced the fake prop with a real knife? All right, let me see what this is. Ooh, what's that? Camera. Operators deployed on cameras for adjacent tiles and facing it will create a filming area in the direction the operator's facing. Oh. Locks filming area and requires the instant damage to tear it down. Oh. All right, I love a good murder mystery. Let's do this. Let's see how this stuff works. Ooh. Oh, so this is what a Rankwood Studio plate looks like, but these people are acting kind of weird. Audio technician. Yo, I'm gonna be beating up the film crew. Let's go. All right. The police is making me restless. Let's hurry and collect intel. Is that camera over there? Seems like we could use it. Operator, pop a car. I'll point the camera towards you and record what's going on. Oh, yeah.
To kill and to be killed. To do battle. Far too many plays have been pinned on these themes.
Also, they don't do nervous impairment to me when they're on camera. Wonderful, never imagined it could even weaken them.
See those on the stage, knowing nothing of their fates.
Okay, you place the lighting prop on arriving at the empty ground in the filming area. Oh. Look, there's a lighting prop blocking the camera. Something's in the way, sounds like a job for me. Yep. Wait a second. Okay, I'll do this. Okay, this is actually interesting. All right. And we've got enemies coming from the outside of the camera's range. Means I could just change the camera's direction. Oh. Okay. Okay, so yeah, nervous impairment is a big thing for this event, huh? Alrighty.
It is done. Be at ease, for no danger remains. Well done, Doctor.
81. Ooh, okay. I see. Oh wait, you know what? How much sanity do I have? Oh, I have a lot of sanity. They're gonna expire in 3 days. All right. I should probably like use them at some point because I gotta like farm for materials. All right, let's continue. I'm actually invested in the story here. Story seems pretty fun. Oh, you know what? Actually, instead of we'll do you. We're gonna do you, and we're going to do. Oh, yeah, we'll just bring her along, right?
No need for introductions. I'm already familiar with everyone here.
Ooh, wait, we could get her up to 60. Hell yeah. I could like get her mod at some point. Oh yeah, Luigi. Which mod is good for Swire Alter? Is it the first or the second one? Or are they both good? Why? Alright, which one's why? This one? One reason, oh yeah, I think this one's pretty good. As long as enough DP is available, consumes 3 restores uses HP. So wait. So this character just doesn't. This character just doesn't die as long as I have like the required DP. So she just doesn't die, right? Or is it just like a one revive time? No, wait, no. That's just activate up to 3 times. 3 time. 3 every time. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, wait. Cost of the talent increases by 3 every time. Oh. Okay, yeah. Or, I mean, like, I have... yeah. I do have... Myrtle. Myrtle would be fine, I think. I'll like put it on. I'll keep it on the first skill. The first skill is pretty good healing, I guess. This one's an auto. That's passive. Passive. Okay. And you will run out. Oh, you keep dying. Ah, fair enough, I guess. Fire's pretty cheap to place though, 8, because I have a bunch. Because yeah, second talent. Her second talent is unreasonably as long as using 5, right? But it changes it to 3, right? Hold on. Yeah. Also, this talent increased by 3 every time. So 3 and then 6 and then so far. I guess it goes on indefinitely until she can't do it any longer. Alright, alright. Yeah, I'm gonna bring her along because why not?
Really? Not making me captain?
You concluded that Dalton's death was an accident. The medical team is taking his body back to Central Rankwood by short-haul transport. There, they'll report the incident to the police. Shelly has double-checked all the props just in case, so let's take a little break to pull ourselves together, and we'll resume shooting in the afternoon. That soon? Is there a problem? Cameras and film can be replaced, but we're talking about a dead man here. We've only just wiped out the blood. How the hell did he go looking for a prop and end up with a real knife? Did someone trick that washed-up drunk of an actor into looking for a lost prop himself, or did someone put it in his hands on purpose? And now let's not get carried away here. Sure, the old man was drunk and late to the set all the time, but it's not like he had any enemies in the crew. Why would anyone go that far? Besides, it's just an ordinary knife. There are plenty of them lying around in the crew kitchen, in the convenience stores, even in our own rooms. Maybe someone just mentioned it in passing to Dalton, and then he... All I'm saying is that is suspicious, okay? Then why don't you ask Dalton yourself, Miss Detective? Look, I know you're all shocked at losing a coworker. I feel the same way, but there's something even more important we should be worrying about. We don't have much time left for the shoot. I'm sure you haven't forgotten that the studio plate is kept separate from the nomadic city, while it's still controlled by the central command tower. The film crew gets direct authority over certain functions, allowing us to drive it outside of central Rankwood. And once the lease ends, the studio closes down and the plate returns on its own. But more space means more costs. According to the contract, extending the lease will result in an expensive penalty, which will be reflected in all of your paychecks. As the producer, it's my job to act in everyone's best interests and ensure the film crew can function. I agree. So do I, as both the lead actress and investor. Mr. Detective here did remind me, though, that someone must indeed answer for this. Prop Master. Yes, ma'am. It was your responsibility to manage the props, and you've clearly neglected it. Even your intern was on set before you. I'm sorry, ma'am. Apologies won't cut it, darling. You're fired. I suggest looking for a new job before our plate gets too far from the city, and whatever you're about to say, save it. You're getting off easy, and you know it. You're in charge of the prop team now, Moira. Me? Or you could leave with your former boss, but I trust you're smarter than that. As for you, Steven, it's time to get your act together. We both agree that the death of Lady DuPont lacks a strong ending. You were supposed to submit the final script for those scenes last week. The shooting is almost caught up with what's written. I have my hands full directing, okay? This crew doesn't exactly inspire confidence, you know? So you still haven't found the inspiration. Yeah. It's your own original script, darling. Your baby, it deserves the very best ending. That's my biggest concern as well. In the end, which of the Rockefeller boys kills Lady DuPont? Where? How? What are her last words? The ending will determine the quality of the whole film. She needs a good, proper death to kickstart the revival of my career, Rankwood. That's the only reason I've poured my entire fortune into this project. God will come find me. What? Oh, in literary criticism, we often say that inspiration is like a god descending upon the author, using him as a vessel to write about death and rebirth, destruction and hope. Anyway, don't worry, I'll finish the story. Good, when you're dismissed, so get to work. Miss Stone. I need to talk to you about something important. I know what you want to say, Shelley, but now's not the time. I have to go check on Lucien. This is his first film and his first day on set, and something this serious happens. I can't have him running away on us now, can I? As for whatever you're thinking, you're overthinking it. I'm in charge of the whole prop team? Oh my gosh, congrats, Molly. I mean, it's a shame about Dalton, may he rest in peace, but still I'm happy for you. I've been working here in Rankwood for way longer than you, but I'm still stuck doing backgrounds while you just got the chance of a lifetime. Life really is like a box of chocolates, huh? That's because you always put so much of yourself into your work. The art director isn't comfortable letting you handle more. But I'm just a girl from the Pioneer Zone who's good with her hands and came here looking for a job. Can I really do this? If the producer says you can, you can. She's never wrong about people. Your sister will be happy, won't she? You came to Rankwood because of her, right? You gotta tell her you've been promoted to prop master. I'll call her after we clock out. Miss Stone put her trust in me, so I have to do this right. As my girl, you're already sounding the part. I bet in just a few days you won't even have time to watch horror flicks with me anymore. Hippie. Stop walking in front of me, Shelley. You already checked the storyboard 3 times and the equipment 5 times. I swore to the producer that I wouldn't lose another set of cameras. Now can you stop glaring at me like that? Do you think it was really... What was that? Speak up. Do you think Dalton's death was really just an accident? Does this seem strange to you? Don't know, don't care. I've lost count of how many times I've had to work overtime because that has-been got lost in a beer keg. Good riddance. It wasn't like that 5 years ago. No shit, he was at the top of the world starring Greta and Steven's next big thing. How could I forget that when we were both there? That's the weird part. I saw a lot of familiar names on the staff list during the planning meetings, and when I saw your face, I got this eerie feeling like we were back 5 years ago, witnessing that young actress's death again. Doesn't it all seem a little similar? Oh, so one was a fall, the other was a prop mix-up. You're overreacting, Shelley. I'm telling you, I'm not crazy. Now I remember, Dalton was the one most responsible for the accident. Judgment has come, someone came for him. Just stop already. Stop scratching your arm and stop coming up with this nonsense. I told you, if what happened still bothers you that much, get therapy and stay away from the set. We're just ordinary Joes shooting crappy movies for a living. Nobody gives a flip about us. Shelley, do you hear me, Shelley? I hear it. Something's coming for us. Oh. Picture the position and angle of the stab in your mind. Here at the bottom right of the abdomen is a gap between vital organs, rich in blood supply but not immediately lethal. You can feed off the blood of others and let it herald the climax that is to come. Or you can move the point of the knife up and penetrate the thorax. The lungs are fragile and offer no resistance. Your target will drown in both his own blood and your animated monologue. Face your dagger, boy. Think back to the segments we've rehearsed. You've done well, there's only one step to go. Stab, let the point of the knife know how it feels to stir the organs and sever blood vessels and let it listen to the sound of the heart beating. Are you afraid? How ordinary. He's not afraid, he just doesn't understand. He's still not willing to practice stabbing. He hasn't spoken a single word since he took up the dagger. Go prepare for tomorrow's performance. I will instruct him myself. I see, understood. You find the dagger heavy. Yes. But its weight does not come from the metal nor from the ornaments. It comes from your heart, do you understand? The boy's hair covers his eyes. He nods in silence. White Flower does not realize that you've learned so quickly. You're waiting for her to provide answers she cannot give you. Listen to me, child. Troop leader holds Lucian's little hand in his own. His smile is warm and gentle, but his iron grip permits no refusal. Lucian can feel his stiff fingers begin to reflex. Forget the techniques that White Flower's been teaching you. Been trying to teach you. You have no need to imitate any form or any method of stabbing. There is no dagger without blood on it, no crossbow that is not fired. Just hold them. They are not prompts. They will tell you what to desire. They will tell you what to desire. Let them guide you. Do not doubt them, even if they point you towards someone you'd never expected, a friend, a lover, even yourself. Perhaps even me standing before you now. You. Have no hesitation. Stab. Give it a try. Shakes head. Try it. Then you and I. What roles are we playing? If we're forgetting the techniques, then forget the characters in the script as well. They're simply the medium of theater, not theater itself. Lucian grips the knife. The troop leader lets go of his hand and kneels in front of him, so that their gazes are almost level. But we're too close to each other. Are you afraid you'll hurt me? It's all right, child. Forget even that feeling. You will immerse yourself in theater and touch upon its beauty. Gazing at the troop leader, Lucian finds himself overcome with doubt. Is this really the first time he has seen the man? He doesn't understand what he is saying. He begins to doubt whether the feline before him even exists. Lucian can feel his own heart throbbing. The heartbeat never lies. The heartbeat knows the answer. How should he ask it? The troop leader smiled, encouraging him wordlessly. The answer is obvious. Without hesitation, Lucian thrusts. Did he feel it? Lucian's hands are trembling. He feels them grow weak, almost letting go of the dagger. Troop leader has not moved an inch, not even a flicker of expression. Lucian discerned his knife found its mark in a man's body. He heard the sound, felt the pain that should not have belonged to him, a strong, willful pain. He had been silent since he came to the troop. Now, though, the pain makes him want to sing. This is your first lesson. All stories leave behind only certain emotions, or... The troop leader pauses. Lucian casts a questioning glance and meets those golden eyes. A bond so tight that it cannot be broken. You're a natural actor. You should study with me. Think about it. Then come and find me. I will never be an obstacle to you, Lucian. Lucian looks down at his hands. The blood on his gloves has been washed away, but he remembers the feeling of taking Dalton's knife out of his hands. Fascination, revelry. The complex emotions he felt when he was taught to use a dagger for the first time. Forget complicated assassination techniques, ignite the ego with intense emotion until all that is left is two souls tearing at one another. Let life converge upon the knife of truth and falsehood and bestow upon the target the perfect ending. Death. Come in. Lucian. Madam Stone. Look pale, are you alright? And then we go straight into the fight. Alrighty, let me see how we do this here.
I'll give you the best plan possible. Request acknowledged. I'll give you the best plan possible. Whoever said a wheelchair couldn't get up onto a steel beam? Load capacity calculations complete.
By allies inside the filming area. Oh, okay. That's fun.
I'm in position. Target eliminated.
Rescue Team Mulberry in position. Real estate, everyone! Please be careful.
Request acknowledged. I'll give you enemy cover demolished.
Where are you looking? Broad sky shattering!
分かった。動き回る。そうすればお互い手間が省ける。
Where are you trying to run?
There's a bot. Yeah, thank you, Luigi.
It's dangerous to get distracted.
Nice. For our friends joining us for the first time, if you're here for exquisite Yanni's calligraphy or rare Sargonian treasures, I suggest you save yourself some time and leave now. This here is a script auction unique to Rankwood, where unfinished ideas, drafts, and/or associated copyrights are up for sale. As such, unlike traditional auctions, and where anything put up must have its authenticity verified, we offer no guarantees as to the value of the items, whether it has a marketing potential or artistic value, whether it will become Rankwood's next timeless classic or a forgotten flop. That is for you and you alone to decide. To protect the intellectual property of the items on auction, you are asked to put away your terminals and turn off any recording equipment. And without further ado, allow me to introduce the first item. The Death of Lady DuPont, a story of love and hatred taking place in Colombia, involving two blue blood families in changing times. Bidding starts at 100,000 gold certificates, bro. Dude, this feels like a scam, man. Like you are buying something that they are like, it's not guaranteed to be authentic. 100,000. We have a bid for 100,000 from the gentleman in the back. 150,000 from the pretty young lady on my left. Anyone else? 150,000 going once. 100,000 and 50,000 going twice. 600,000. Miss Stone, are you here to ruin my auction? Placing such a high bid for the first item will only make the rest of it seem like an afterthought. I have no interest in slowly inching up the price. I simply bid what is worth to me. Understand that it's your style to gamble lavishly on scripts. But think of your finances. Didn't quite a few of your recent films flop? Are you sure it's wise to spend so much? I can afford your feast. Smack that hammer of yours, old friend. You have a rather talented young man here, and I am eager to have a conversation with him. Whiskey, please, no ice. Would you like one too, my friend? My doctor has advised me to refrain from drink. An accent, are you from Sargon? Interesting, that stern, sullen complexion of yours could not be more Victorian. I have tread the sands of Sargon, but I was indeed born in Victoria. You switch between languages at ease, and your accents are flawless. But from what I can see in your habits, those aren't the only two countries you're familiar with. I've been to Bolivar, Siracusa, Lithanian, Rimbiliton, and now Rankwood. The entertainment capital of Terra, pleasant weather and lots of sunshine, the perfect place to shoot movies. So what brings you here? Research, pleasure, or perhaps you're like everyone else who came to seek fame and glory, most of whom end up at the extras market fighting over bit roles to make ends meet. We're looking for someone. Attracted shadows across many lands over the span of many years. Oh, who? I know all the film crews, whether they work downtown or on the nomadic plains. Maybe I could be of help. That won't be necessary. I see, fair enough. What a shame though. If there's nothing else. My name is Greta Stone. I'm a producer here at Rankwood, a rather well-known one in the industry, if I might add. I took you for the son of some noble or a film school student who came to try your luck, and I was hoping to invite you to join my film crew. Everyone who comes to the Rankwood script auction tends to have a passion for artistry. I must admit, you have a rather unique aura about you. I was once an actor from a small theater troupe in Victoria. I knew I was right, you were born for the silver screen. But I suppose that's all moot if you have other businesses to attend to. I guess I'll be going home empty-handed. And I see the script. Of course. This rough draft is just a starting line. I'll give it the time, manpower, and money it needs to become a masterpiece that will leave its mark on cinema history. And I guarantee that you'll shine even with just a minor role in a single screen. I also wouldn't worry about your little health issues. Rankwood has special protections in place for infected actors so long as you pay for proper insurance. You may call me Lucian Madam Stone. I'll consider your proposal. And that's how they met, huh? Let me apologize again, Lucian. This is your first time working on film and you signed the contract after careful consideration. You deserve to experience the joy of cinema, I promise you. But who could have imagined such a terrible accident happening on your first film shoot in Rankwood? I understand if you need some time to process things, I'll have Shelley reschedule your next scene. But I'm afraid there's no way to cancel your contract and leave the cast now. The plate has already moved beyond the range of short-haul transports. It won't return until the next lease expires. I'm not leaving. And there's no need to reschedule. Are you sure? Trauma like that could easily affect your performance, let alone your daily life. I'm no stranger to surprises on the stage. Performing on stage like you're used to definitely has more unpredictability than in front of a camera. Still, they're just plays. Plays, perhaps. Mysterious and elegant creature once again shows up by Lucian's feet, rubbing herself against the feline's calves, seemingly oblivious to Greta's presence. I'm sure you don't need rest, Lucian. I wouldn't mind letting you enjoy Miss Christine's company for a while longer. She's looking forward to the next part of the story as I am. You're much calmer about this than I expected, but I suppose it would be tactless of me to say anything more. And I'll see you on the set tomorrow. Mysterious and elegant creature grooms her fur and gazes at Lucian, as though deep in thought. It's Christine. Her two tails sway freely in the air, drawing blurry shadows. She floats up and orbits Lucian's shoulders, perhaps observing, perhaps savoring. Finally, the beautiful creature sits upon Lucian's knees, placing one paw on his forehead. For Lucian feels a comforting warmth. Tart astringent. Lucian hears a mysterious voice in the empty room. He does not bother looking for its source, instead gazing into Miss Christine's eyes, still as a statue. He knows she is projecting these words into his mind. Stealth and silence are your ways of avoiding trouble. You rarely talk unless necessary. Do my emotions taste that bad? It's not a bad flavor. I like trying new things, even if they're not always to my taste. What are you thinking about? That long-winded snake could not have insight to such complex emotions. One of my many memories of my life in the troop. Troop leader saw that I was a fast learner and personally instructed me in the use of weapons. When I held that knife in my hands, I felt exactly the same as I did that day. And I understand the spiciness and sweetness of the aftertaste. The conflicts and struggles you experience at the troop, those things humans call pain and tragedy, have been transformed into an alluring meal. I like it. Even after killing him, I've continued to search for him. At the remaining troop cultists, the strange rumors in remote villages, and that ostentatious mark along the way, I've been trying to verify a hypothesis that has been floating in the back of my mind. That perhaps he has come back to life. The story that the snake is filming has quite a strange flavor, one that is most addictive. Thank you for reminding me. While flipping through the script, I saw the twin face seal of the troop engraved in the gaps between pages. What seems coincidence for the characters is always deliberate design of the author. Madam Stone, seemingly unrelated to the troop, has become our guide. Yet I was still not certain. The riddles he left behind are mixed with lies and half-truths.
as we know only too well from these past 10 years. That is until Dalton died by my blade today, and my memories of the past were awakened by the familiar sensation. This is an invitation from him. I think we've come to the right place, Miss Christine.
Mission
There
accomplished.
you go. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I just gotta go take care of some, so give me a few minutes.
Gave me far too much tea and cake. Would everyone like to help me lighten the load?
Alright, I'm back. You wouldn't believe what I picked up on my way back. I got two things. It's ice cream and soda. No, it's not water. It's ice cream and soda, man. It's two things, man. Not just water. It's ice cream and soda. It's ginger ale. Plus, I have cookies and cream. So, yeah. Ooh. Need you. Yeah, I want to bring. It's been a while since I brought W to anything, so.
Hey everybody, let's try to stay alive.
Shit. Okay, where were we? Forget your poor brother, and along with me, Lady DuPont. Come to your senses, second Rockefeller. You heard the messenger. There is no Lady DuPont. That nobility, elegance, intelligence, everything you loved about me is but dust in the wind. I am not worthy to be your wife, not yours, not your brother's, nor your brother's. I still love you even without the DuPont name. It was your brother, the dead man, who had just been using all this time. You're an innocent victim in all this deception. Don't blame yourself. But the reception hall is filled with guests come to pay their respects, and the name DuPont may be an illusion, but it would not be appropriate for me to leave this house right in front of them. Don't worry, my love. I know a way to leave this manor now and be free of these family conflicts forever. How? Have you forgotten? I'm a soldier. Look. I made this wire from materials I found in the storage room. It will take us from this balcony across the garden and into the forest behind the manor. Come with me to a place where wealth and status don't matter. Oh, my dear soldier, your methods are so crude. But if your pulley gets stuck, we will be hanging in the air for hours until someone finds us, or the rope could snap, sending us plummeting into the forest. Trust me, it's very safe. I would never let any harm come to you. Is it? I think I'm going to fall. No. Uh-oh. Hanging wires, pulleys failing. Falling. Someone just fell. Call the ambulance now. There's blood everywhere. Don't just stand there, Shelly. She feels a chill up her spine. She cannot move, even her fingers. The sound of fraying cords pulls at her nerves. What on terror happened? An accident caused by an aging wire rig, and the case is closed just like that. Someone died. No, the two accidents were not alike. Dalton died from a stab wound, while the actress from 5 years ago died from a fall. Here's that ominous sound again. Where's it coming from? Shelly, get away from there. The container's about to fall. Fall? Shelly looks up in a daze. The container hanging in midair is coming closer and closer, as though she is the one hanging in midair and she's about to fall. As it fills her vision, a shadow appears next to her and a pair of strong hands grabs her by the shoulder. Shelly feels the world spin. By the time she comes to her senses, she is standing on the other side of the set, safe and sound. Lucian, thank you. You can let go now. Oh, sorry. Not you. Moira, yes, you can let go now. Alright. Only then does Shelly see the small frame of the prop master grabbing the rope connected to the container with all her might, her arms trembling and her face red. Only when Lucian repeats his words does she slowly releases it. You're too on edge. It's my job as prop master. What happened? We should be asking you that. Sure, these containers are getting old and need to be checked to ensure the ropes don't get loose, but are you out of your mind? Not only did you interrupt the shot by screaming out of nowhere, you didn't even budge when that thing was about to fall on you. What could have spooked you like that? Is this your first time seeing a wire rig or what? No, seeing Melania and Michael brought back memories of that fall 5 years ago. Go take a break, Shelly. You're getting in the way of the shooting. No, I mean, I was just spooked by that mysterious black creature running around over there. Sorry, please continue. Unhappily swish his tail. You know, Shelly's not half bad looking when she's always so jumpy, and it makes me uneasy. A shame the scene was interrupted. I was just getting into my role. Getting into your role. You ought to be thanking her for interrupting that take because I was about to chew your head off. Your delivery, your posture, your expressions, we've been at this for 2 months and you've shown no sign of improvement. That rookie could act circles around you on his first day in front of a camera. I thought I told you to keep your private life off the set. It would seem Greta was wrong about you. It was a mistake to give the leading role to a pretty boy who gets cast from the color of his ears alone, and 3 different roles in the same film, no less. Damn, man. You're right. Why the sudden modesty? Normally you'd be coming up with all sorts of flippant excuses by now. I was just thinking about poor old Dalton. I don't have anywhere near your experience, and Shelly's close call just now has left me a little shaken. Be professional. Accidents, failures, bad reviews, you'll never make it in Rankwood if you let little things like that affect you. I could learn a lot from you in that regard. I heard you were standing right behind Marianne when she swept the Rankwood Awards with a film complete in just 28 days. And that after coming home empty-handed and being ridiculed by the press, you went back to the set the very same day to continue shooting. I'd have quit ages ago if I had to compete with a superstar like that. What's that supposed to mean? No, I didn't mean it like that. You've just been so calm in the face of Dalton's death, and I want to know your secret. That's all, I swear. Secret, there's no secret. It's only because I didn't know him that well and had nothing to do with his accident. You, though, why is his death affecting you so much? Were you involved in it? Now, could it all be a coincidence? I'm just imagining things. Should I see a psychiatrist? You shouldn't use Miss Christine as an excuse. Who's there? She wasn't where you said she was and wouldn't have run around in a way that would disturb you. Now, please apologize to her on my behalf. I will. What is it you're so afraid of? But I'm not afraid of. After that accident on set 5 years ago. I know that look, curiosity. I mean, I can tell you, it's not exactly a secret. You could find out with just a little digging. Her name was Laura. She was a rookie actress in Rankwood who caught Greta's eye, extremely passionate about her work, but knew nothing about the unspoken rules of the business. Dalton was already an alcoholic at the time, but he was still a big name. He decided to put her in her place by adding extra scenes that kept her in a wire rig for 6-7 hours until the wires broke and she fell to her death. The way the blood spread out from under her, it was just like what happened to Dalton. Lucian looks at Shelly's arm. There are marks of self-harm all over it, signs of the impact that the incident has had over. Oh. Shelly pulls down her sleeves, her face filled with anxiety. But I can take care of my own problems. You're underestimating those problems. This will only become more frequent at first. Only similar sounds would trigger the hallucinations, but now even the sound of a chair being dragged can take you back into the past. Gee, thanks for the concern, Dr. Lucian. I've dealt with these wicked voices in my head for 5 years. I know them better than anyone. All I can do is outrace them, do as much as I can before fear and irrationality take over. Maybe Dalton's death really was just an accident, but either way, I have to eliminate any possible risk, any possible threat to prevent that incident 5 years ago from happening all over again. Even if the threat is coming from the film crew itself, there's something else you're concerned about. Red is hiding something. We share an office. I saw a strange document on her desk before the plate left Central Rankwood. She stopped me when I was about to open it. The riddles just keep piling up, but everyone I know who were there back then and went through the same thing would rather not bring it up. No way can we talk about this with each other openly. And now I'm being constantly interrupted by these voices and hallucinations. Pain can mitigate them. What did you say? I said pain. It won't rid you of your anxiety or panic attacks, but it will give you time to breathe, to do what you really want to do and solve the unsolved mysteries. The voices and shadows hide in tiny corners, impeding and distracting you as you try to find yourself. Pain is one form of resistance through fingernails alone may not be enough. The tip of the pen or a knife with the proper application of force, any sharp object can be of help. Tongue, the back of the hand, and the top of the thigh, those things are more sensitive to pain. You're a weird guy, you know that, but you sound like you know what you're talking about with hallucinations. Have you ever had to calm yourself like that? Who are you? Pain is a form of mitigation. Strange whispers, strange sights, except unlike Shelley, the problem he faces is not the fear of these things, but the desire for them. Lucian hasn't returned to the Originium phonograph yet. Nope. You must be anxious, didn't White Flower say he's had trouble sleeping? Too much superficiality in his ecstasy and anguish, he doesn't understand more complex, more extreme emotions. It limits his performance. But he's young, why the rush? It's been 6 or 7 years since Lucian joined. With his beautiful voice, he was considered as a rising star at first, and the leader instructed him personally. But he's hit a wall now that he's finally in a lead role. Listening to those records won't solve anything. Emotions are an actor's weapons. The first step is to understand them. Master said your ecstasy and anguish are merely superficial. The imitation will only compromise your perception or more complex emotions. But now, true despair will cost you what you hold most dear, yet at the same time opening the door. You will listen to the whispers you have never listened to, witness everything you have never witnessed, and understand all the emotions that you never understood. You shall become drama itself, the mirror of all things. Like this. Lucian destroyed his own voice. Originium pours into the wound, and he is inundated in pain and despair. Blood. Ow. It's alright, Lucian, I'm here. What happened? So this is... Did you do this to yourself, Lucian? Do you remember my last performance, or rather assassination? I failed. They called me a pathetic coward. I'm no longer a favorite son of the R's. I don't care about things. I don't care about being isolated or scorned because my heart had already left the troop after that performance. But I stayed because we came from the same place, because we're friends. I promised you wouldn't be like them. Master was right. No, I'm scared of this troop and of who you are now. In any case, it will be even more effective than you expect. I just hope I never need to use that trick of yours.
Let's go! If you need me to, I'll wreck this place without hesitation.
Oh, at least this one.
Whoever said a wheelchair couldn't get up onto a steel beam?
I'll give you the stress concentration point measure.
Target discerned. I'm in position.
Well, actually,
Guess which position?
just do.
Nice, nice. I'll take a power nap over here. Step right up. Rescue
Team Mulberry in position. Where are you looking? It's dangerous to get distracted.
You've got until 3 to surrender.
Request acknowledged. Enemy covered demolished.
Who's gonna hit the jackpot today?
It is late at night, muffled sounds and suppressed screams can be heard from the prop room, which should be empty at this hour.
Hold on.
In a dark corner, the faces of mannequins are illuminated by flashing lights. Dippy cowers into a sofa, hugging a cushion tightly. The knife-wielding killer laughs maniacally, whose blade reflecting the bright white lights in the very next instant. What a classic! That was one of my favorites, and maybe small budget production from 30 years ago, but it stands up perfectly well to today's films. Watching horror movies really does help let off steam. I feel better already. Thanks for the invitation tip. Like, doesn't it feel better just to scream it all loud? I know you didn't mean to interrupt the shoot, you were just on edge. Yeah, I wouldn't say it solved my issues, but at least I can forget about them for tonight. What are we watching next? I've got everything. Horror night has just begun. Hey, why so serious, Molly? You didn't like the movie? I was just thinking. The knife looked a little too thin. I think it'd have been more, it'd have had more impact with a more intricate design, like blood grooves on the side of the blade. All work and no play makes Molly a dull girl. Turn off that work brain already. Have you been spending too much time with Shelly? Hey there, mystery lady. What you doing here? The beautiful creature gets between the two girls, stretches, and sits in front of the sofa. Clever girl, looks like she really likes us. Molly, you want to watch a movie together? But it'll be scary, so don't say I didn't warn you. Whose terminal was that, Molly? Not mine. Sorry, I've got to go. You look really pale. Do you think Miss Stone is pissed at her about what happened today? I try to be there for her tomorrow, too. She looks really tired. Yeah. Alright, fasten your seatbelt. It's going to be a bumpy movie night. This one's won Best Design. The background props, the weapons are all really cool. The screen lights begin flashing again, immersing the two girls in another horror story. Neither of them notice that Miss Christine is nowhere to be seen. Shelly, I thought you were watching movies with Tip. What's the rush? Overly friendly man notices that Shelly's clutching her terminal in her right hand. I see, it's an invitation to a date. Well, try not to look so grim when you're there. I'm sure he'd rather see a smile. It's none of your business. Your lips are trembling, you're cold, or maybe afraid. You poor thing, you're still shaking about Dalton's accident, aren't you? Just like me. Don't worry, with you as our coordinator, I'm sure everything will go just fine. Come on, let me give you a hug. You could use the warmth. Hey man, a little personal space, dude. What do you mean, just like me? I couldn't hear an ounce of fear in that trashy pickup line. Have you completely forgotten what happened 5 years ago? Well, I haven't, because I'm not heartless like you. Don't forget, you're not free from blame for the accident either. The light abruptly turns on in the office on the second floor. On one desk, the papers are tightly filed away in folders with hardly any signs of use. On the other, notices are scattered all over, covered in editing marks, as though the writer is troubled by something. Doll figure searches around the desks, making not a single sound with his lithe and nimble motions. Here. The shredder has been used recently. Lucian opens the waste bin and picks up several strips of shredded paper that feel different from others. Different from the printing paper normally used by the film crew. Trimonts University Environmental Monitoring, signed Greta. The unusual document that Shelley mentioned. He feels a slight push on his shoulder, seemingly in an affirmation, but there is no one else in the room. Welcome back, Miss Christine. You've been taking more walks lately. Did something here catch your eye? This place is more interesting than expected. Indeed, I've discovered something unexpected myself. Don't overthink this, Shelley. You're only here to see who's playing the sick joke. You saw that number become invalid with your own eyes. It can't be. Shelley tries her best to calm down. The fear and anxiety she had briefly forgotten while watching the movie now takes over again. Go to the warehouse and atone for your sins. The terminal screen glows in the quiet warehouse, showing the name of the sender, a name that is familiar yet impossible, Laura. Who's there? Stop playing games and I know I'm not hearing things this time. What the hell do you want from me? What do you know? There's no answer. The darkness swallows all sound in the old warehouse. As she hears the tiny buzzing of electricity, a light suddenly comes on above a distant shelf. And eerie as it is enticing, Shelley cannot help but walk towards it. Shelley, Laura, is that you? Once again, Shelley starts trembling. She cannot tell if the sound came from deep within the warehouse or from inside her own head. She walks towards in a daze. It is as if she has returned to that set 5 years ago where the tragedy occurred. Shelley, I just got another scene and I need the wire rig. Can you prepare it for me? Arrogant, cocky, proud. How dare you have fresh face in Rankwood? Mr. Dalton said the director signed off on it. Dalton, still star at the time wanted to teach you a lesson, but you thought he was helping you. Are you happy with how it turned out? Is he not here yet? I've spent hours up in this rig. My knees and elbows are probably bleeding by now. Can you please ask them for me, Shelley? I'm just coordinator. All I can do is prepare the equipment and the rig, make sure they're safe. Well, did you? Shelley arrives before the shelf. The light shines upon the black dust bag. She knows what is inside. Don't open it, Shelley, don't. Inside is an old wire rig set. The hook and tether are badly worn, and the harness is frayed. There are dark spots on the black cloth. Laura's blood. No, you can't possibly know. You're just a hallucination. You can't be alive, right? Pain, I brought a pen. How pathetic. Why are you still there? Why didn't it work? Was the incident 5 years ago an accident or a murder? An accident. It was an accident. It was a tragic accident. It only happened because Dalton held a grudge against you. And why didn't you check my rig? Why? Because I hated you. I hated your selfishness and arrogance. I hated that you made a mess out of the shooting schedule and affected everyone with your unreasonable demands. I was happy when Dalton decided to teach you a lesson. I was checking the wire rig as usual and noticed it was due for replacement. Then a little thought crossed my mind. What if an accident happened and you were gone forever? Wouldn't that be even better? Still in a trance, a hand pushes Shelley over. She hears the sound of coolant flowing through the pipes and frost cracking beneath her. She realizes that she has stumbled into the cold storage at the end of the warehouse. But what can she do? Bang on the door, shout. She has no strength left to struggle. The fear is gone. She feels completely relaxed. Death has answered all her questions. She froze to death. Oh.
Don't get cocky. This is barely a pass mark by LGD standards. But if you manage to keep this up, guess I could still commend you.
Okay. Shelly is dead. What? First Dalton, now Shelly? What's going on here? It said Shelly is dead. What's with that tone? Anyway, thanks for coming to inform us that another accident occurred. We're shocked too. The last person she met before she died was Michael. Don't make baseless accusations, Tip. She was watching movies with you and Moira. I heard all about it. Exactly, she was with us but left partway through after she got a message. Molly and I didn't ask, and we didn't go with her, but maybe we should have. Which is why we need to find out exactly what happened, so I asked around, and someone saw her with you at the studio next to the warehouse. I just bumped into her. She looked distracted. I thought she must have been feeling guilty about interrupting the shoot, so I offered to comfort her. How was I supposed to know she would take her own life? Comfort her. In an empty studio, just the two of you. Come on, babe, you know you're the only girl for me. Shut up already. So did you really kill Shelly? Two accidents in as many days. And not just accidents, fatalities. Of all the film crews in Rankwood, how'd I end up in this one? Just my rotten luck. Well, come on, you blame your luck whenever a can of paint gets spilled, whenever a shadow dashes across the studio door, even when the intercity net has had a bad signal. All I say is their big brag to even realize how much the tabloids will pay for a first-hand account from a witness. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go make sure I remember every last detail of Shelly's corpse. Do you not? And we still have work to do on set. You go first, Houghton. You go first, Houghton. I have notes to take. Abner said Shelly's been out of sorts for a while now. Did the shock of Dalton's death drive her to suicide? Sounds plausible, but it's not much of a story. If there's more to it than meets the eye, then I wouldn't have to worry about rent for half a year. Why should I be holding up mics just to make ends meet? Huh? Didn't the medical team say she died of hypothermia? Then what's with all these wounds on her left palm? Yikes, that's creepy. Is this some kind of occult ritual? Not a ritual, but the sign of a struggle against herself. Struggle? Isn't everyone saying she walked into the cold storage for stress? Could there really be a dark secret to this? Oh, Lucien, where'd you come from? I didn't hear you at all. I suggested that she fight her hallucinations with pain. She had been hearing echoes of the past, but wanted to finish her work and bring this movie to a satisfactory conclusion. She wouldn't have taken her own life out of despair. Self-inflicted wounds on her hand are proof of that. This time, however, the pain was not enough for her to escape. That stubborn, neurotic, and paranoid Shelly actually listened to you. Now that's hard to believe. It sounds like you knew her well, Lucien. Not especially. Are you kidding me? I killed Shelly just because she rejected me. Babe, do you even hear what you're saying? Tip, you said she left because she got a message, right? I noticed her holding her terminal too, so whoever sent that message must have killed her, right? You're saying it wasn't you. I'd also like an explanation, Michael. The terminal was damaged by the cold, making it impossible to retrieve the logs, but everyone on the film crew was given the same company-issued model. There shouldn't be anyone but crew members on the contact list. And what's that supposed to prove, Detective? It could just as well be Greta or Milani. They sure weren't happy with how she interrupted the shooting that day. Maybe one of them decided to give her a piece of her mind. Shelly and Greta are glued at the hip when working, giving them plenty of opportunities to deal with anything unexpected. Milani is a stickler for the rules and etiquette of the industry. She always respects the crew's schedule and would never disturb a co-worker when they're off the clock. The only clue we have is that she was with you right before she died. Look, I don't know who sent that message either, okay? I just ran into her at the studio. At that hour, wouldn't you normally be drinking with the girls from the art team or in Marion's room? Aren't you usually busiest at night? So why did you go back to the filming area, Michael? Oh, my lovely little birdie, are you jealous that you haven't had the chance to drink with me yet? Well, you'll have plenty of chances once you grow up. So you came to the studio for whatever unknown reason where you ran into Shelly, who had left the prop room to meet someone else. If all you did was offer a few words of comfort, why won't you give me a straight answer? Did you really have nothing to do with her death? But after working every stupid little odd job in Rankwood, from cleaner to stagehand, to set decorator to background painter, now you're playing at being a detective. Or did Shelly become an honorary member of your little sisterhood with Moira after watching a single horror flick together? Give me a break. How many times has she yelled at you for those scribbles you call work? You're hardly friends. I don't see why you're coming after me now. And you think there's a culprit behind every accident. Maybe all those movies have rotted your brain. In the 2 months I've known Shelly, she's almost never smiled or praised anyone's work. Sure, I got more criticism than anyone. I've had to put in a ton of overtime to make a background we were both happy with. But I've also seen the joy on her face when she was checking the film at the end of each day, and she could catch all the obscure movie references I snuck into my backgrounds. If she was in so much pain that freeing herself of it like this seemed like the best option, then I'll just have to accept that. But if someone else was messing with her feelings and taking away her chance to enjoy the movies she loved so much, then I'll never forgive them. I really did run Shelly by chance. I went to the studio to see someone. Can anyone corroborate that? It was me. Molly? Michael came to see me last night. We were close to her. I simply empathized with her pain. She needed to stay lucid, so did I. A mysterious curse or a love turned to hate, which would sell better. So, where were you last night? The second floor office. That's where Shelly and Greta keep their important documents. What were you doing there? Solving a puzzle. I won't see you there. Miss Christine. I'm supposed to take the word of that creature who's always following you around. She doesn't even talk. Come on, don't look so pissed. I saw you perform opposite Dalton the other day. I know how good an actor you are. You could tell me anything and it'd sound believable. But to tell you the truth, I don't even care how Shelly died, and I wouldn't tell the police even if you were involved. Heck, getting your name into tabloids might even make the cops less suspicious. Tons of people read them, but no one believes a word they say. So how about you cooperate a little? What's this puzzle you were solving in the office, trying to set a trap for Shelly? You're not worried about a murder. You're not worried that a murder occurred on the plate. Hey, this film's crew's got no shortage of grudges and scores to settle. And how else am I supposed to make a living? You think there's any money in being a camera assistant? Even if the answer might threaten everyone's lives. You sure talk big. Then I must ask you to keep this a secret. Of course, the tabloids will pay good money for it, so why would I give away my own golden ticket? Lucian leans towards the camera assistant and whispers the hidden truth in his ears. The look in the assistant's eyes turns from excitement to terror. What? The Forte scream echoes through the warehouse. His notebook and pen fall to the ground. The other staff, still cleaning up the scene, look at the two of them disapprovingly, but only for a moment until the terrifying message reaches their ears. A catastrophe is about to hit the plate. Damn, man. All right, let me see what we got here. Okay, tell you what, we're gonna do this.
I'll give you the stress concentration point measured.
私の痛みを消し去ります。
What? Hold on, wait. Afraid to face the camera, takes reduced an arsenal from the front, inflicts nervous impairment on blocker when blocked. Oh.
For them, the bell tolls.
It'll be fine.
Okay, this is awkward, but I'm the only one who knows how to handle the chaos I created. Divine judgment conditional!
わかった。目を殺せ。これこそがイベリアのデストレッツァ。Here, the reversal of finality. これこそがイベリアのデストレッツァ。
Nailed it. Okay.
Miss Stone, is it true we're heading straight toward a catastrophe? Even if we were outside of town, shouldn't we be getting warnings from Rankwood's intercity net? Why haven't we got anything on our terminals?
Oh, hey. Alrighty. Let's see. Yeah, I completely forgot that I set Nightbox alert to that. It's been a while since someone put that command in here.
So all those times I lost signal weren't just my bad luck. Someone sabotaged our comms. Enough with the baseless speculation. Baseless. I found a few strips of paper in your office. When you put them together, they form a catastrophe forecast from Trimount University and a storyboard. Signed by you, Greta Stone. What are you planning? Let me see that. No one told me about any of these new scenes. Aren't I supposed to be the director of photography? Why do we need to set up cameras at the edges of the plate? There aren't any sets out there. Wait, I get it. What the Ford? What the Ford, Greta? You planned all this. Why did you hide it from us? Calm down, Abner. Maybe she just didn't have time to update you on the new schedule in the chaos following Shelley's death. You're still defending this lunatic. She wants to get the plate close to a catastrophe to film it, putting all of our lives at risk. The furious cameraman smashes his equipment to the ground. I've had enough of this shit. I'm leaving this place now. As impulsive as ever, Abner. Real persuasive coming from a goddamn lunatic. How much of your own money did you put into this to make up for the box office losses of that movie 5 years ago? You're counting on this one. You're counting on this one for your comeback after all those failed investments. So if this film flops, are you gonna use Dalton Shelley's accidents too, the same way you used that girl who fell to her death? Calm down, Abner. I see you've been closely following my career, but what about yours? How many films have you worked on in the last 3 years? This is the first, isn't it? Sloppy, short-tempered, unprofessional camera equipment is expensive. What other film crew would give you a chance? You wouldn't even make it as a freelance event photographer. You want to leave, fine by me. I'll even waive the contract penalty for old time's sake, but where do you think you can go, Abner? Doesn't matter, worst comes to worst. But you leave town, change jobs, spare all those poor camera lenses from your abuse, say whatever you like, swear as many oaths as you want. If that's really how you feel, why are you even here? So are you leaving or not? Abner does not pick up the equipment, nor does he leave. He stands unmoving in silence, caught between his life and his past. Have you calmed down? Look on the bright side, if we do finish this movie, maybe you'll win a few more awards for best cinematography. Feel free to reject me once the other offers start rolling in. Dream as big as you want, Greta. I stopped dreaming 5 years ago. Now these latest two accidents have reminded me, have reminded some of us that the tragedy we've experienced together, and let others to be taken in by half-true rumors. So I'd like to take this chance to lay everything out on the table for the sake of our cooperation on the rest of this project. Most of the crew here also worked with me 5 years ago, when an unfortunate accident occurred due to aging equipment. Young actress Laura was killed. Feel free to look up the police reports. Everything is out in the open. I have nothing to hide. But the only connection that incident has to my decision to film a catastrophe is that it taught me a lesson. What we lack is not skill, it's courage. Of course, by no means have I disregarded your safety. Before our plate departed Central Rankwood, I visited expert catastrophologists at Trymouth University. I obtained a detailed report and tested the data in the plate navigational system multiple times. The studio's plate will keep a safe distance from the catastrophe. Access to the emergency escape land boats will remain unrestricted. Any staff member who feels their life is in danger may use them at your own discretion. And I will be the last to leave this plate. If there are no further questions, dismissed. Not you, stay. Miss Stone, I want to apologize for telling everyone. No need to be anxious, I just wanted to know how you got the documents. Like I said, I did it myself. Don't lie to me, you have no talent for it, and I have no time. I'm obliged to protect the identity of my informants. Disturbing the peace of the studio is a violation of the 2nd and 5th clauses of your contract. We'd like to see the outcome of that reflected in your bank account. There are exceptions made under exceptional circumstances. Lucy, he ratted him out so fast. Greta casts her gaze across the crowd and scattered equipment and sees him standing outside the chaos. Feeling receives Greta's cold gaze unperturbed and gives her a nod. Said Michael has come to see you last night. Yeah, but we kept going after Shelly left, didn't we? We watched A&E's Jiangxi movie next. Wait, come to think of it, you did leave the room for a little while. Michael sent me a message on my terminal. He said he was waiting for me in the studio because he had some important questions. I'm sorry I shouldn't have left in the middle of our movie night. Please don't be mad. I'm mad, alright. Tippy. I'm mad you didn't ask me to come with you. Huh? What if Michael tried to assault you? That sleazebag wouldn't know morals or self-restraint if they hit him in the face. Or what if he was frustrated about the shoot getting interrupted and wanted to take it out on you? You're like a magnet for bullies. Hey, I don't bully girls. Yeah, right, you're an asshole even to Marion. Never mind other girls. Even the kid sees right through you. I wanted to ask you to come, but he said I had to come alone. I've been in a few film crews. I guess I could guess it was some kind of prank, but I didn't want you to get caught up in it too. Molly, I've been in Rankwood way longer than you have, and I know way more jobs. Next time you want to meet someone like that, just tell me and I'll help you think of a way to get back at them. All right. Well, what now, detective? What with Moira's testimony? Can I take it I've been cleared of suspicion? Maybe it really was a coincidence that he ran into Shelly. You saw how she was when she left last night. Like she wasn't all there, right? Yeah, maybe she was at her limit. But thank you for testifying on my behalf, Moira. I know it took courage. After all, Tip might be even more protective of you than your actual sister. Speaking of which, is she still working as an actress? If she's as cute as you, do you think you could give me her number? Maybe I could help her land a role or two. Seriously, even after getting accused of murder. Come on, babe, I'm just trying to lighten the mood. Whatever, don't change the subject. You still haven't told me why you were looking for Moira. Yeah, I want to know too. I think they deserve to know, Michael. Moira, don't. He asked me if there was a way to sneak off the plate. Huh.
That wraps up the operation. Doctor, was I helpful?
Let me see here. Okay. Now, Mr. Dalton, you really got that extra scene for me, and it's a wire stunt to boot. How did you get director Quay to agree so easily when he wouldn't budge when I asked him? Greta personally recruited me as a lead actor. Steven wouldn't dare turn down my requests. This is my first time in a wire rig. I'll never forget this opportunity you gave me. Okay, I have to go prepare now. Sure, go on. Now you're acting all humble. Might have even fooled me if I didn't know already. You were trying to get Steven to mess with my role behind my back. First time in a wire rig, huh? Good to hear. Rookies should know their places. Now you'll be a good sport and take it, right? Even if you're left hanging for hours. Shelly, I just got another scene and I need a wire rig. Can you prepare for me? No. I know you're passionate about acting, but how many extra scenes this is now? Do you even realize how much you've screwed the schedule I made for the entire crew? Do you feel even an ounce of guilt, Princess? I'm not changing the entire schedule again because of you. This crew doesn't resolve around you. I'm sorry, Shelly. I'm not trying to increase your workload on this, but Mr. Dalton said the director signed off on it. Dalton did. All right then. Thanks, Shelly. You're just telling me how you have no respect for your seniors in the field. No way he did this out of pure kindness. Wire rig, huh? Hello, Laura. You look wonderful today. Not many actors would be so happy to do an aerial stunt. Well, I've never been so excited. This scene will be the only one in the movie that belongs entirely to me. I want to knock it out of the ballpark. Well, aren't you just adorable? Try not to get hurt though. And if you're tired, you can always come find me in my room. I'll be there all night. Oh, Marion, have you come to touch up Michael's makeup? I have to go prepare. See you later. Yeah, see you in hell, bitch. God damn, don't be so angry with me, Mary. I look away for one moment and you're flirting with another woman. Are you tired of me already? You've been making eyes on her on the set too. If you like younger women that much, how about you let her do your makeup from now on? Please, babe, I'm serious about you. I won't talk to her from now on, I swear. You swear? I swear. I'm familiar with your vices by now, but this is an important time for your career. Don't screw it up and don't let me down. The Laura girl is a loudmouth show-off. I'm sure she's up to something you can do better. Keep your distance from her. No talking to her and no physical contact. Even if she's dying right in front of you, that's none of your business, got it? Babe? You can tell from Marion's eyes that she is not joking. Alright, I promise. Why do I get the feeling that the plot twist of this is that Molly is the murderer and that Laura is her sister that died 5 years ago? I got the feeling that this is the type of plot twist that's going to happen. It's still not my turn. What's going on? There's something on Mr. Dalton's end and everyone's on the set's gone over. No one's giving orders now. Look, we've even got that rookie still hanging up there. Oh, poor thing. Never struck me as the compassionate type trying to get her in bed. Hey, you know me. Let me go check on our poor little beauty. I promised Mary this morning that I wouldn't approach her, but we never said anything about her coming to me, right? Michael looks up and sees Laura's slender frame hanging midair. Her dripping sweat has formed a small puddle on the floor. She is tired, but her eyes remain strong, stinging Michael's frivolous heart. The wire rig is creaking from experience. Michael can tell there is something wrong. However, all the better for Mia. She'll call for help once she realizes something's not right. I'll be her hero and have the perfect excuse for a little, wait, how do you pronounce this? I don't know. All without breaking my promise to Mari. I'll let her hang a little longer. Why aren't you calling for help, Laura? I'm right here, you know. It's been hours and the rope's sounding increasingly off. Where did this equipment even come from? How could it be so ancient? Is that a crack around the belt? She has to have noticed that. No, I have to tell her I have to. He walks forward, stepping into the puddle of sweat. The heat of the limelight is causing Laura to become dehydrated. Michael will never understand her determination, her passion. It is as though she's denying everything she is. Michael turns around to find Marion standing in the far corner gazing at him, and the exhausted actress with cold eyes. Even if she's dying right in front of you, that's none of your business, got it? Michael strokes his orange ears and stops in his tracks. Well, it really is none of my business if she chooses to suffer. That's your first lesson, Laura. Never be too serious, always put yourselves first, even if you have to hurt others, that's the most important thing. The ropes above his head is being stretched to its limit. He's still not going to call for help. Michael? What's going on? What were you thinking about? I came with you to make a room for an explanation, not to watch you melt down. What did Moira mean when she said you wanted to leave the plate? You have to get out of here, babe. Ah, dude. All the people who works in this fucking set are fucking assholes. Announcement. Well, I don't know about Tippy, though. Tippy seems cool. Victoria's famous Crimson Troop is here in Daremount for 3 days. Don't miss it. Tickets are first come, first served. It's the first time you've left the castle and traveled so far with the troop, isn't it? Are you nervous? I'm fine, Master. The others are playing the leads. I'm just a very minor role, watching from the side in most of my scenes. When the true performance unfolds before your eyes, it is not easy to resist the urge to run. You've learned another lesson today, child. Police statement on the Daremount case. At this time, there's no evidence linking the case to the Crimson Troop, which passed through the area recently. The police has established a special task force to investigate. Aspire and Lupukarn, Lathanian. Planet performance. You finally made a break through after your first performance as the lead. The tiny black crystal on your neck is almost perfectly hidden. The audience sees only the glamorous star, not the infected approaching death one step at a time. Your performance is increasingly mature and your songs move to passions. There is virtually no stiffness, no pretentiousness. Are you complimenting me? Of course. Are you not going, or do you want to stay and take in the aftertaste of the stage? Aftertaste? You mean the taste of blood? Excuse me, mister, please let me through. I want to go home. I think the Crimson Troop can take her in. Take her in? She doesn't know that her home is gone. She doesn't know that some of the people before her still have her family blood on them. This is what we'd call a fateful encounter, is it not? As it was with you and the troop. Perhaps you should teach her yourself, teach her how to blend in, how to embrace new life, how to walk the path that you have. The show goes on even once we've left the stage. You remember what I said? Yes, there's no drama like life. The aesthetics of destiny are never bound by any medium. Mister? What do you think, Lucien? Have you decided you're in a position to make a choice now, aren't you? Are you awake? What's the matter? The bitterness of obsession, your emotions. A challenge to the palate. I wouldn't say that. But your flashbacks have become increasingly frequent since we came to this plate. That means we're getting closer to him. You noticed the strangeness of that coordinator, as did you. Fortunately, she was visited by tragedy before I could extract any more clues. You used that camera assistant to break the news of the catastrophe. It was too much of a coincidence for that document to show up when it did, the way it did. When one's been in enough place, it's not hard to realize that such an obvious clue is bound to be a trigger. Alden's death was only the beginning. The plot devices have been set and their developments foreshadowed, the current has been raised, and it cannot be lowered again. And the author will not appear until the story reaches the climax. Only then can I kill him. Be careful, Lucian. I know. What I mean is, be careful of yourself. As I said, your emotions are filled with the bitterness of obsession. It's a dangerous thing. I apologize, Miss Christine. You will not have to endure it for long.
Okay, we'll head out right away. Everyone, please stay safe. We'll meet again once this is over.
加減はしますよ。ええ、クローニングアップ。
Load capacity calculations complete. 負傷者はこちらに。I'm here to help.
ええ、ここにいます。
Whew, we're counting on you again today, little apple.
全員の行動力を奪う。それでいいだろう。
Thus I speak.
Yo, what the fuck is that? Villain's minion! Attack hits twice when inside the filming area and prioritizes heroes. Attacks inflicts numbers impairment. Bro.
I have to get serious now. Rescue team.
命令を目を凝らせ。これこそがイベリアのデストレッサ。
Request load capacity calculations complete. I have to get serious now.
So, the ferry of the other side.
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
Mission accomplished.
Last night wasn't the first time Michael's come looking for you, was it? You haven't been in Rangwood for long, and you've certainly not the type who would have meddled with something so far outside the scope of your duties if he hadn't been pestering you. Came to me the day after Dalton died, and I took over the prop team. He wanted to leave without going through the normal process and without anyone noticing. Without like telling Miss Stone or going through the contract cancellation and exit procedures. But he's the lead actor, someone was bound to find out, and he'd have to pay the contract penalty anyway. Unless something here scared him more than paying the penalty. He said since the prop team had access to all the tools and was familiar with the structure of the plate, he wondered if he could. If you could think of a way. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you could, but Michael's not done with his scenes yet. If he really got away and Miss Stones found out you helped him, she wouldn't let you off the hook that easy. She could even end your career in Rankwood. What would your sister think? My sister. Didn't you say the rest of your family was against you coming to Rankwood and she's the only one who cheered you on? You have to make it, and not just to prove your family wrong. I just don't want to disappoint my sister. I want her to be happy for me. So don't be mad, Tippy. Please. I'm just mad that you were hiding stuff from me. I know you'd never agree to Michael's demands. You just didn't know how to refuse them. I can help with that. Right, Tippy? I've never seen you so angry. Should we watch a movie together? Sure. You want to sneak off to play with me? Yeah, babe. After we spend some quality time here, we can go and pack up right away. Even if that prop girl really does find a way for you to circumvent the exit procedures, how do you expect to avoid a penalty for breaching your contract? Shooting isn't even over yet. And you know Greta, she'll make you pay an arm and a leg. Who cares about some stupid contract when there's a killer on the loose? Dalton's dead, Shelly's dead. How long do you think it'll be before you and I are next? We both watched and did nothing when Laura died 5 years ago. Whether the killer is her lover, her dad, or some self-righteous vigilante, he's clearly after everyone who was involved. He wants us to repent and pay for what we did. I can take you far away from this awful place, babe. We have our whole future ahead of us. How romantic of you. But since when has your love been so deep? What? So even when you were winking at Milani and flirting with Anna from stage design and Mila from logistics, you're telling me you were seriously thinking about spending the rest of your life with me? Does that matter right now? Of course it does. I'm not going, Michael. And neither are you. You know how hard it was to get you a lead role in one of Greta's films, and not just one, but 3 at once. Play this right, and you'll be a bona fide Rankwood movie star. There'll be another chance. Look at me, Michael. Your costume in The Death of the Lady DuPont is even more exquisite and eye-catching than Milani's, the title character. Perfume, what you wore to Fashion Week, I bought all of that with my own money. Even those fake ears and tail that let you pass as a Volpo came from me. Without me, the public will find out that this Michael product suddenly doesn't seem so shiny anymore. We've been together for 5 years. I gave up everything for you. I spent so much of my savings, and I'm not getting any younger. I can't afford to wait for another chance. I love you, Michael, so don't let me down. You love me? You were glad when Milani publicly revealed our relationship the day Dalton died, weren't you? To everyone else, I'm the troublemaking playboy, while you're the poor, suffering girlfriend who gave everything only to get nothing in return but mockery. How very sympathetic, huh? And what part of that is a lie? You said to yourself, you're just investing in a product. Investment costs money. You'd have invested in Dalton instead, wouldn't you, if he hadn't become a hopeless drunk? You're just a parasite looking for a host, Marion. This is stupid, and I'm stupid too. Well, I guess that's it for us. You can stay if you want. I'm out of here. Oh, and here's a tip. If you're looking for your next investment, try that pretty boy Lucian. He caught the entire crew's attention for his first time in front of a camera. He's the real deal. The moment you walk out of here, I'm reporting you to Greta. You cold-hearted lunatic. Are you not afraid of the killer? And why should I be? 5 years ago, I didn't even know why Laura fell to her death until later. You're the one who watched and did nothing, not me. You. What are you looking at, Michael? Rage overcomes the Volpo like a tidal wave. He sees a fire axe in a corner of the makeup room and clenches his fist. I like how the word Volpo is in quotation, indicating that he's not a real Volpo. He's only wearing a fake tail and fake ears. But when they go down into the power deck, sure, there were mannequins all over the surface, but there had to have been a better plan, right, Molly? I agree. There's nowhere to run from the Wraith in the tight spaces of a nomadic city's underground structure. In the end, it found them one by one and hung them from the ducts to await a slow death in the endless darkness. I went to one of the cast's interviews, and they said it was inspired by the rituals of a certain Colombian wasteland tribes. Something about atonement and judgment. Well, how they got there was kind of dumb, but I did like the segment in the power deck. Why? Because it was all shot on location. Rumor has it that they ran out of cash, so they snuck into another film studio plate and finished the shooting there. Exciting, right? Wait, but I've seen this movie in theaters. Why don't I remember any of these scenes? Because we were watching a copy of the original reel that was sent to the ratings agencies. I didn't even get your hands on something like that. It's like a basic skill for a true horror fan. You're hiding something, Tippy. You know so much about the industry and all the ins and outs of Rankwood. How does a background painter get so much insider knowledge? How could you do this to me, Molly? I share my super secret treasure with you, hoping to make you happy, and all I get is an interrogation. Oh, don't cry, I won't ask anymore, alright? Let's just focus on the movie, so stop looking away from the screen. You noticed. Sorry, there's just been so much going on with the film crew lately, I'm a little nervous. Don't worry, I'm here for you, girl. You sure are. Feeling better now? Aw, this is nice. Yeah. Okay, listen up, Molly. No matter who I am, one thing's for sure, I'm your best friend on this crew. So if there's a killer on the loose, I'll protect you. And if work's not going well, we can do it together. We'll make our names as Rankwood's golden horror duo. Tippy the spray painter and Moira the prop maker. And when we're really close, I'll take you to meet my family, although I don't know if you'll be scared or surprised. Well, then I'll introduce you to my sister too. We'll share stories of Rankwood while she peels this apple. She can peel one without breaking the skin in under half a minute. I know you'll love her. Now there's an offer I can't refuse. The old TV lights up both the darkened room and their faces. Terrifying sounds echo throughout, but take nothing away from their smiles. They cuddle up against one another, fighting their fear with much more familiar fear and dreaming of the future of their budding friendship. It is a rare, quiet evening. Why is the set so dark? I should have asked Moira. She's always here early and she knows where all the switches are. The prop room isn't that far, is it? Have I been going around in circles? Something doesn't seem right. Huh? Am I hearing things? The sound of water dripping echoes through the empty set as though answering Houghton's question. But such response serves only to increase her confusion and fear. She knows there are no water pipes above her, but the sound she is hearing is definitely coming from nearby. Who's there? Is this another one of those stupid pranks you'll laugh at me over drinks after work for? I'm out now, and I won't hold it against you, or don't tell me Moira's in on it too. She's just a kid. How could you make her? Ouch. Alton falls backwards to the ground, only then does she realize that she is wearing a flashlight on her belt, but she barely has time to laugh at herself before she smells the strong, sweet scent accompanied by a tang of iron. Crying, she stands up and turns on her flashlight. Oh shit, they're both dead? Yo! I thought Michael was gonna fucking kill... I thought Michael was gonna fucking kill her. But okay. Oh shit, she was killed by fucking scissors? Yo! Reese sways the ropes hanging down from them are two familiar and strangely quiet figures. The two lovers, Michael and Marion, subject of much of the crew's gossip, have met their deaths with their backs against each other. Through the faint light, Houghton sees their faces, their expressions, the way they sway through the air, and the dancing specks of dust. It is indescribably eerie and somehow sacred. She remembers what Tippy said when she joined one of her movie sessions. In the rituals, a certain Colombian wasteland tribe's hanging represents both judgment of the dead and a warning for the living. Until this scorching sun cracks their corpses open until all believe they deserve their punishment until the ropes can no longer bear the weight of their sin. Help somebody, anybody. Like you stagehand runs outside. As she does, a thought flashes through her mind. What an absurd morning.
ドクター、不用意に目立つことはやめましょう。
Hey, you saw Michael and Marion's bodies too, right? Dude, don't remind me. I've been trying to forget. It was freaking terrifying. My hands are still shaking so much I don't think I can hold the boom mic. You're still worried about work when there's an actual serial killer on set right now. So let's skedaddle. You want to run? Did you already forget how Michael and Marion ended up like that? Michael even had his suitcase right under him. I heard he's been packed up and ready to go for quite a while. He even found himself a secret passage to leave through. And he still was murdered right before he left the plate. No way that killer's gonna let any of us leave. Just like the plot of Jack the Libber Ripper. This set is now his hunting ground, and any one of us could very well be his prey. Abner, how long has it been since you inspected your chest rig? Look, there's a bunch of loose screws on your mechanical arm. One little slip and that camera's gonna be shards and glass over the floor. If it breaks, it breaks. At least let me take a look at your camera lens then. I'm good. I'm your assistant, you know. Don't think I don't see what you're actually up to. You best stay away from me, kiddo. Alden's death was no accident, right? The same goes for Shelly, Michael, and Marion. There's no way the victims were chosen at random. All of them were involved in that incident 5 years ago. You should be working for one of those gossip rags, not behind a camera. Who said they were mutually exclusive? Reporters make more dough anyway. Abner, my good man, you were there 5 years ago, right? Come on, you can tell me, not like we'll be doing anything else today. Miss Rutherford, you have no lines in the scene. And do you suppose I could simply stay in my room researching which exact foundation shade Lady DuPont should be wearing before she dies? This will be decided after we finish the climactic scenes at the end, which are still, I'm sorry. So that god of yours is running tardy, but I'm in no mood to blame your god right now, my dear. Were we not so far from the city, a major incident like this would have the Rankwood police looking down the plate and crawling all over our set, and naturally the shooting would be suspended. Not to say that our current situation is any better. Steven, I'm starting to worry that the investment in this project will come to nothing. How much do you or Greta know about what's transpired these past few days that I don't? Oh, this is where you two were. So, where's the producer? Greta owes us an explanation. Whispers bound, Greta, gossip permeates the set with not a single soul at work. 3 homicides and 4 victims. The spate of murders, has everyone overcome with fear, anger, confusion, and shock. The whole film crew is on the verge of losing control. The clamor sends even her own heart into a mess. She hates the feeling. Greta strides right into the center of the studio and switches on the brightest bulb. The piercing light stuns everyone into silence, and everyone's attention fixes on her. She takes a deep breath. I have some announcements to make, everyone. I've never received any training as an actor, so you might have to come closer to hear me. You'll want to check your personal Rankwood financial terminals in a few minutes. I've instructed finance to send out everyone's remaining wages. Of course, the families of Dalton, Shelley, Michael, and Marion will also receive compensation for their losses, which I will handle personally later. Yes, the death of Lady DuPont has yet to conclude filming, and your contracts are still valid, so none of this should even be necessary, but I can count on one hand how many of you are still in the mood to work. So this is so unlike you, Greta. You've simply run into a few considerable hiccups, but this is no time to throw in the towel. Yes, 4 deaths in a matter of days. Mere hiccups, huh? Considerable hiccups, huh? Or has this experience made our producer lose confidence in the quality of the film? Throwing in the towel, you're overthinking it, darling. I've never once doubted my own judgment, much less considered abandoning the project. Then why are you... I'd like you to gather around for a story, everyone. Hey kid. Me, Miss Stone? Take out your pen, recorder, notebook, shorthand terminal, whatever, then sit down and listen. What do you mean? I've seen you sneaking around with those toys and I don't appreciate it, but feel free to record everything I'm about to say. Take it to Trimount's Entertainment Weekly or Rankwood Coffee Time or Person's Magazine. I don't care. As long as you get the story out, I won't hold you accountable either. See it as a reward or a punishment, it doesn't matter to me. I take it everyone here is familiar with the Rankwood Academy Awards. Best Newcomer Award every year. Countless students of film and television schools as well as amateur film buffs submit their entries in a bid to prove how much they understand their creations and the market. They crave for their work to be chosen because even the lowest award still implies their film is up to Rankwood standards, and a certain Phidia was no exception. She believed herself to be an auteur with both the brains and the will to realize her dreams. She was certain she would one day stand on Rankwood's red carpet, even if she had to temporarily settle for life in a cramped rental. So she waited for the very best story and the very best partners, then she put together a crew and brought that story to life, submitted it. But this no-name newcomer craved success too much, not to mention the pressure of living up to the expectations of her companions. As the voting period was ending, her obsession intensified along with her doubts about the quality of the work she had submitted. She could not rationalize her strange thoughts. She begged both friends and family and raised a large sum, large for her then at least, before knocking on the judge's door. Why did it sound so familiar? On the very day of the Academy Awards, the committee publicized what the Phidia had done, and in so doing, proved Rankwood's professionalism and purity to the whole of Terra. And so she was disqualified. Her crew cut all ties with her, and she lost everything she had. Now I remember. It was so ironic because the Academy later revealed that the work had actually won by votes anyway, the most recognized by the jury. Afterward, she spent a decade exhausting every option to re-enter Rankwood and slowly made some achievements of her own. Of course, she changed her name as well to Greta Stone. So Milani, now you know what an absolute fool I am. I went on my way to provoke fate into playing a joke on me. Fortunately, that preposterous experience has taught me one thing: I should never doubt myself. I will always believe in my own judgment and never give up on anything I attempt. You're more of a character than I took you for. Though, truth be told, I always thought that infallible persona of yours was just a front to intimidate others. Come on, Greta. So what's the sudden backstory for you trying to win our sympathy? Dead people in here and a catastrophe out there, you think we'd still want to put our lives on the line just for you? After all that's happened. I know you still hold it against me, Abner. Ever since 5 years ago. How could I? I mean, I was awarded Best Cinematography that year thanks to those classic shots from that film. It's the highest honor any cinematographer could ever dream of, and you gave it to me. But what about after that? You hit the peak of your career, then fell into despair in just 6 months. No one dared put you behind their cameras. Used to love your cameras so much, but now you treat them like empty potato chip bags. Before you joined the crew for the death of Lady DuPont, you even lost your decades-old partner at the casino, yes? You hate that film from 5 years ago, you hate the shot that won you the award, and you hate me for making you keep it. You bet I do. My camera captured that Laura girl's fall, and when I saw how you reacted, I knew then and there that you had zero good intentions. I warned you again and again, but you insisted on keeping that shot in the final cut. The more I think back to how the jury commented on the shot's realism and shock value, the more I want to laugh. Film is the art of creating dreams. Cameras are the eyes that see dreams and the hands that turns fantasy into reality, but you insulted that girl's memory, you insulted me. Now I hate this damn thing I'm holding and I hate my work. You get it now. If you really think so, then put it down, Abner. What? I'm sorry we've derailed. Now to get back on topic. After confirming you've received your compensation, any of you may leave this production at any time. Would you rather flee this dangerous play? By all means, scared of the serial killer and wish to find somewhere to hide, go ahead. Feel like playing detective for whatever reason, knock yourself out. Even if you're the murderer yourself and unwilling to give up on your vengeance, you may have my blessing. We've already filmed most of the death of Lady Dupont, but only a few climactic scenes to cover in the last 2 days of our schedule. Who knows, maybe we can finish it with those willing to stay. As for who will work the camera, I will take Abner's place myself. Lonnie? You do realize I can hardly find last man standing for Lady Dupont herself, yes? You know I don't have a choice. I'm still counting on this film to beat Marianne. Even a catastrophe cloud can have a silver lining. Marianne retired from cinema years ago. I've never understood why you're so obsessed with her. That's none of your business. But let me be frank, you won't get to demand special treatment as the female lead or insist on those rules of the film set you love so much once everyone else has evacuated. Steven. I know, I'll fix the ending by tonight. I believe in my decision to invest in this story, darling, and I believe you collected enough inspiration over the past few days. Catastrophe draws near, and death is right before our eyes. Surely your god loves material like that. Alright, thank you for your time, people, and I wish you well in your future endeavors. That's all for me. Man, I wonder who's gonna die next. Alright, I'll be right back. Give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. I just gotta take care of something.
I'm back! And a villain to fight. Oh, to get the... Oh, you mean the... Hold on. Hold on, there was like this one thing. Where was it? No, it wasn't there. No, I don't think it was there either. Wait. I think it was, No. Where was it again? It was this one? This guy! These two! These two. Alright. Old Dalton's death and Shelly freezing in the cold storage were no accidents. Now Michael and Marion are dead too in such a horrible way. Who's behind all this? Why all the murders in the first place, and why are they so gruesome? I have a feeling that Michael saw this coming. He looked a lot more serious than usual when we met the night before the murder. He must have figured out the real reason Dalton died, panicked, and decided to get out of here, but now we'll never know what he was hiding. Maybe this is all has to do with that accident 5 years ago, but what's really worrying me is that the killer's not even trying to make them look like accidents anymore. What if they're trying to tell us that until the entire truth is brought to light, nobody is safe? Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, Molly. Did my babbling scare you? Don't worry, it doesn't matter if there really is like a crazy killer running out there. I'll protect you no matter how many of them there are. Oh, that's not it, Detective Tippy. I was just thinking about what I can do on my end. Huh? Michael's dead now, but that doesn't mean that he wanted me to do... But it doesn't mean what he wanted me to do. It doesn't matter anymore. The killer might be planning on using the escape land boats Miss Stone mentioned on their next move. So we can figure out another way out. So if we can figure out another way out, or put together something that'll get us to the ground, or even just find an exhaust vent, we might be able to get away from this maniac hiding in the shadows and save ourselves during the climax. Molly. Tippy, you were the first person to really open up to me after I joined the crew. Even though I kept messing up and getting into trouble, you were always there to stand up for me. When Marianne would forget my name, you were always ready to give her a proper reminder. You're always looking after me, comforting me, protecting me. So this time I want to protect you too. The Libri gives a gentle hug to the most precious friend in the whole crew. Once this is all over, we're totally gonna have a movie marathon at your place. 24 hours of non-stop screams paired with our favorite drinks and fried pinballs. Want to see what the house you grew up in looks like and meet that sister you're always bragging about? Sure. I'm terribly sorry to interrupt your little sorority huddle. Oh wow, Miss Rutherford, what brings you to the prop room? Didn't you receive Greta's notice on your terminal? She's already sent out a compensation to everyone and officially disbanded the crew. Whether you're scared of the killer, worried about the catastrophe, or want to stay and finish a shoot, we're all free to do as we please. So naturally, it only took a blink of an eye for that spineless assistant of mine to run off God knows where. Do as we please. Don't tell me Miss Stone. No, none of the crew even care about the real reason all these murders are happening. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn, and I don't see why you should either. Surely the reasonable thing to do is escape and leave that to the police. Or as Greta said, you can leave the truth to whoever feels like playing detective. So why do you come looking for us, ma'am? I'm only here for you, Tippy, the background painter. Me. I admire Greta's gumption in wanting to film a catastrophe, and this is a fine opportunity for me as well, but films cannot rely solely on natural phenomena. I know you're more passionate about cinema than most, and you must have heard how important this project is to me. So I implore you from the bottom of my heart to put your talent to ambience, building and color matching to work, and paint the perfect backdrop for my grand finale. Wow. I mean, I'd totally love to, but
Go help her out, Tippy. Hey, Malia, what's with the raincoat? Are you really going exploring? Don't worry, I've been part of the team for ages now, and I know my way around the plate. I'll be fine. Remember what we were just talking about? This is something I need to do. Alright then. Once I'm done helping you out with backdrops, I'll come find you. Promise. You may enter, Madam Stone. You know, it was me before I even opened the door. Yes, I've been waiting for you. Your little investigation the other day forced me to reveal my plan of filming a real catastrophe to the whole crew. The timing couldn't have been worse. Abner and the rest of the crew were already unhappy with me, so I had to make some last-minute decisions, big decisions. If I wanted to, I could sue you for damages incurred by your act of industrial sabotage, Lucian. But I'm not going to punish my cast just to vent or assert my authority, especially when such actions would only complicate the situation. And then more murders. The killer even stopped hiding their savagery, and everyone's losing their minds except you. You're the same as ever, cool as a cucumber, watching the crowd from a distance. I suppose I can thank this crisis for making it clear that you have other reasons to be here. But none of that's important right now. The crew's been disbanded. You can leave or stay until the date specified in the contract. It's up to you. Your part in this is done anyway. Hardly. The moment you came to find me, you proved that my part in this is not yet done. I can't magic up another Lady DuPont or bring the 3 Rockefeller brothers back to life. We're running out of both time and manpower, so I need to figure out the best use of our limited resources. Lucian, I'd like you to be the lead for the rest of the film. In the middle of the night, a clackety-clack of typing echoes through the office. A despondent Perro curls up in front of his typewriter. He glances at his latest manuscript and stubs a cigarette out on it. Ending. Lady DuPont needs to die in the ending. After she elopes with the second Rockefeller, they vanish from high society and live a poetic life out in the countryside. But Rockefeller's life of affluence has left too much of a mark on him. He eventually blames Lady DuPont for her empty family name and leaves her in despair. She slits her own throat. Too realistic. And do they really have to be punished after leaving their extravagant lives behind? This takes place back when Colombia had held wealth as its highest virtue. I'm just trying to recreate it and let the audience judge for themselves. Cigarette burn gross, spreads and swallows the whole papers. Stephen takes a deep breath and blows away the ashes. In the end, Lady DuPont chooses none of the Rockefellers. She had only wanted to escape her false destiny through marriage, but underestimated just how toxic love can be. The brothers, unbeknownst to each other, each plot their own revenge, and Lady DuPont is killed by 3 different schemes at the same time. No, too lowbrow. Getting stuck in a quagmire of love even after not choosing anyone makes it sound like it's fate at work, but it's really just slapping in a trope to patch up the gaps. The final shot of her body being pulverized into nothing would definitely be shocking, but the setup's just too crude. The DuPont family's false claims of being descended from Victorian nobility are finally exposed to the public. No matter how deep the Rockefeller brothers' love for her is, they cannot shield her from punishment. The only time in her life that Lady DuPont is treated as true nobility is when the real DuPont family demands the death penalty for her. It's too neat. All tied up with a bow to show off how deep and meaningful it is, but it lacks any of the madness or romance a film called The Death of Lady DuPont should have. Out of draft paper, let me fetch some more from the filing cabinet. Whoa. Steven slips on a wad of paper he threw to the ground earlier, falling flat on his back. Only now does he notice that the entire office is filled with discarded drafts. There is nowhere left for him to stand. He lies down amidst the aborted ideas, covering his face with his hands as he yells in frustration. Get a cub-wrecking grip, Stephen Quay. You've been messing with the ending for 2 whole months now and don't even have a shitty half-baked scene to show for it. This is your baby. You wrote every damn line in this story. Don't tell me you don't even know what you want to write. If you need to suffer to make a classic, then this must be a goddamn masterpiece, right? You got the time pressure of the shooting, the shock of hearing about filming a catastrophe, the fear of some maniac going around killing the crew. You got it all, man. What more could you want? God of inspiration, my ass. That was just some stupid excuse to get Greta off your back. Your god ain't coming. You lost his fucking contact details. Who's there? Well, honestly, I don't care who you are as long as you can help me figure out this ending. He's dead. He's the next to die. He's 100%. He is going to die. He's next to die.
行きましょう。
If you need me to, I'll wreck this place without hesitation. Good scenery here, Doctor. Request acknowledged. I have to get serious now.
加減はしますよ。
I'll give you the structure stable and sound.
ウォーミングアップはここまでだ。
時間をかけるつもりはない。
負傷者はこちらに。We're counting on you again today, little apple.
どこに向かえばまとめてかかってきやがれ。
Whoever said a wheelchair couldn't get up onto a steel beam.
お前の攻撃は想定の通り。
飯を食ってねえのか。全力で来い。
Where are you looking? It's dangerous to get distracted. Freeze! Hands in the air!
I'm in position. No need to guess which position.
Where are you looking? It's dangerous to get distracted.
命令を。お前の攻撃は想定の通り。
Ooh, gather around me, guys! Ooh, almost dozed off. Everyone, please be careful.
I'm in position. Target eliminated.
Request load capacity calculations complete.
Mission accomplished.
I've come up with a few initial concepts for Lady Dupont's finale. You're an expert background painter and quite versatile too. I need you to help me put together the best possible scene. Here, these are a few materials that cobbled together. Have a look. Wow, how do you get all these art references and reference shots? Tint, ambience, design, philosophy, you even label all the details of the buildings and how the lighting will reflect off different materials. How long have you been doing research for the scene, ma'am? A few years at this point. Time is about the only thing I have these days. It takes a lot more than reading the words off of a script to make an excellent film. Director Quay's not even done fixing up the script yet, and you've already come up with so many ideas for the ending. That last certainly taking a sweet time with it, yes. I believe that both as the leading lady of the death of Lady DuPont and its investor, I have an obligation to take responsibility for this film. As I said before, the revival of my career in Rankwood will begin once Lady DuPont gets a good proper death. Lupicar and Holiday, the portrait of Erin Dawes, the bridges of County March, these mood reference shots are all taken from the film starring Marianne Blake, aren't they? Do you like her work? She retired long before you were born. I mean, like, my dad really loves her films. Besides, the classics are classics for a reason, right? Both her acting chops and taste in projects were impeccable. It's kind of surprising to hear you say that. I could have sworn you hated her. Everyone's been comparing you guys for years. Indeed, all those years. Congratulations on winning your 8th Best Actress award, Miss Blake. Ever since you started your career, you've been at least nominated for an award practically every year. The industry sees you as an insurmountable mountain for fresh new talent to try and climb. Are there any particular up-and-comers you think we should keep an eye on? I appreciate the flattery, but I'm hardly an insurmountable mountain. I'm still climbing my way up myself. There are always plenty of new faces streaming to Rankwood, brimming with talent, and it's hard for me to pick any specific name. How about Melanie Rutherford? Tip my hat to you, Miss Blake. Today, I received the award for Best Supporting Actress 2 years slower than it took you. I've seen all your films. As our reporter friend here said, you really are a natural-born performer. The tallest peak in Rankwood, but only for now. Give me some time and I will overcome you. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Melania and Marianne are really duking it out this scene. Time to get out the popcorn. You've been rivals for a while now, haven't they? It's like they're always racing to get the most awards, so why they agreed to be in the same project? Did you forget everything they taught you when you joined the crew? You rude little shit. Go apologize to Miss Rutherford right now. I'm really sorry. Let's not be too harsh on the fresh meat, Melanie. Our films are built upon rules. You've been in the industry longer than I have, Miss Blake. You must have experienced why they're so important firsthand. Courtesy towards the leading lady is something we've had to fight for, role by role, film by film. It's what allowed me, a young girl from the middle of nowhere, to stand in front of you today. Without rules, there will be no standards. How else would we know which of us is the greatest film actress of all time? Which reminds me, I still haven't congratulated you for that Best Actress award you got at Lithuania Inspire Film Festival a few days ago. Which is a small award ceremony. Meanwhile, your latest film swept away every single major award in Rankwood again. I still haven't truly overcome you, Miss Blake. I would like to thank everyone for coming to this press conference regarding this eternally shining star. We appreciate your care and concern. during this difficult time. The rumors are true. Our film crew really did run into a catastrophe during our shoot. I was injured and am still recovering now. Thankfully, we didn't return empty-handed. We managed to hold on to some of our precious footage. But I believe this is heaven working in mysterious ways. It's trying to tell me that it's time for me to bid farewell to the silver screen. As both the lead actress of the eternally shining star and its investor, I'm hereby announcing that neither the film nor my performance will be submitted for nomination for any rewards. It will remain as one of the last gifts from Marianne Blake to her cinephile friends and nothing more. I won't be leaving Ringwood immediately, of course, just moving into a more behind-the-scenes roles for now. But I doubt I'll be content with that for long. I'm always eager to seek new opportunities to start a new chapter of my life as Jara Booker Wilson. Oh, you're here too, Miss Rutherford. Could I request a quick interview? Your latest film will be releasing soon, and we're predicting that only you and Miss Blake would be in the running for this year's Best Actress in the Rankwood Awards. So how do you feel about the announcement of her sudden retirement and the withdrawal from her new movie from the nominations? Does this mean I won? After Jara, Miss Blake retired from acting, you got all those roles as brand spokeswoman and lead actress, and even got invited to be on the judging panels for the big film festivals. But not long after, you suddenly left it all behind because some personal reasons, and when you came back last time, nothing was the same anymore. Her retirement gave me quite a shock, but I still believed I had won fairly, though through my own talent. I believed that I, too, could become an insurmountable mountain and a legend of the silver screen, one that outshone even her. In the end, Rangwood's Best Actress, Melanie Rutherford, let it all go to her head, swayed by the endless praise of the critics, the flattery of the sponsors, and the applause of the audience. Wealth and fame, alcohol and scandal, I lived an indecent life those few years. Yeah, tell me about it. Those tabloids have like zero respect for your privacy. But once I met you in person, I could tell maybe you've made a few mistakes here and there, but your love for acting is the real deal. No need to console me a little, Libri. No one's more acutely aware of my feelings than I am. Marianne could switch from hardened soldier to a poor servant girl and back again to at a drop of a hat. A single dress rehearsal was all she needed to figure out the ideal lighting and positions. But if I were ever to take a single day off, spend one hour less on studying the script, or arrive at the rehearsal 15 minutes late, my performance would fall into the gutter. A mere 2 years of living in an indulgence was all it took for me to lose the skills I once picked up with ease. I disappointed both the directors and the fans. I never realized just how many unending waves of new talent were looking up. To me, I had never realized that the position in entertainment Marianne had fought so hard to defend actually meant. I thought I could afford to be like her and enjoy double delights in cinema and life. I thought there'd be no harm in having a little fun after all those chasing and competing. It was only then that I finally realized Marianne Blake was truly infuriating genius in every sense of the term. With her final film, and that chance catastrophe, Marianne received a revelation to retire from cinema, and all I could do was sigh. Even unknowable Mother Nature was on her side. But now that you're a lead actress again, you've got a chance to win back everyone's trust. I mean, you're getting to film alongside a catastrophe too. You're right. I spent more than a decade placing my self-confidence and acting skills back together. I could very well be but a single step toward the top again. Retta's offer to give me the part of Lady DuPont's couldn't have come at a better time, and now even her grand ambitions have left me a special little gift. Now to think of it, the lady is a rather fitting role for me. Surely she knows her brother is lying to her. Surely she has doubted her last name once or twice. But no, she unconsciously clings to her glamorous life, refusing to accept the mediocrity of her birth. She prays desperately that she is special, that she is talented. I wonder what sort of ending will she face amidst the storm. Miss Rutherford. Yes? We should watch some horror flicks together. Horror flicks. If you want to climb your way back to the top, you can't limit yourself to copying Miss Blake, right? Like you always had pretty different styles of acting. We're gonna put together a finale more powerful than one in Lupukarn Holiday, and Lady DuPont's name will go down in cinema history. Very well then. Also, I'm sure you know what happened between you and Miss Blake better than I do, but I bet she meant it when she said you'd surpass Marion Blake one day. She might still think so even now. You might be right. Are you real or just figment of my imagination? Am I really being visited by the god of inspiration? Don't tell me I've gone crazy from working on the script. Madness can transform ink on the page into sweet fruit, or allow a stiff mind to wander freely across a wilderness of time and space. You cower in the corner of a dark room, forced to chase a deadline even after witnessing a string of brutal murders, yet for all your soul searching and brain racking, you have come up with only 3 endings for Lady DuPont. Hardly the work of a madman, no? I promised Greta I'd have an ending that impressed everyone by the night. The only people left are those insane enough to risk their lives for cinema. And are waiting for me. But they bet on the wrong man. The realm of art only accepts natural-born geniuses, not some dried-up piece of crap slaving away at a typewriter. The death of Lady DuPont, you already have the most captivating ending for this story just from its title. While the shocking brilliance of her death will certainly fade after the film is copied reel after reel. But Rankwood, after all, is a factory hawking such fantasies all across Terra, is it not? You are a nation of liars, fooling even yourselves. Even the Colombian Dream was born from a promotional film for the Pioneer Project, after all. Just to be clear, I care for neither political metaphors nor realities, nor that you have deeply misunderstood the essence of performance. Drama can change lives, but it could never use such a mechanical way. But by setting death as Lady DuPont's ending, you still possess an intuition for drama. Intuition? No. When I was a student, I hated dragging death into the stories I wrote. I thought of it as a cheap trick, only good for plugging up holes in a plot or squeezing the right emotions out of the audience. Actually, talented writers could give a film a proper climax without it. Then what changed you a shocking memory or perhaps some phantom pain you cannot recall? I had the same problem 5 years ago when I was working with Greta or another project. She didn't mince words. She told me the back half of the script was too dull and audiences would be falling asleep if I didn't change it. It'd bomb at the box office. So I just shut myself in my office just like I do now, pushing my mind to the brink of collapse, but getting nothing out of it. And then Laura fell and died. An opportunity straight from heaven, the perfect plot device. Just as Greta expected, the rest of the film was panned by critics, but that scene alone became an overnight sensation to the point that you started to see death as more than a cheap trick rather than the most sincere form of expression brimming with artistry. Yeah. Seeing how you've had that sudden realization, all that has happened on this plate should provide you with nourishment. Death while shooting a deadly hallucination, bodies hanging from beams. With all this to inspire you, why not write them into your story and let the same drama be performed both on and off the screen? Because they're still not good enough. Then what about turning away from those who have already exhausted their possibilities? What do you mean? Who else in your story can ignite a spark in Lady Dupont's bosom, who is distant enough from all the grudges and resentments, is still able to bring about the most drama, as well as the best part of the performances? The messenger is the messenger who brought the bad news. He's the very trigger for Lady Dupont's new fate. Vengeance or repentance, Lady Dupont has new choice to make, and at the same time, the messenger must contend with the consequences of intervening in another's destiny. This is it. This is the ending I wanted. Lucien, yes, I'll have Lucien be the star of the final scene. You want me to become the lead actor? That's right. I can't say I understand you, but I have a feeling that even if I hadn't approached you, you wouldn't come to me anyway. You have the most potential of any actor I've ever seen. The messenger doesn't have much screen time, but your performance added a complex and delicate core to a role that was originally a nothing burger. And I'm sure that whatever your goal here is, you won't be leaving before the shoot ends. If so, then why not do me a favor and help me out with this? I'll give you time to think it over, of course. So far, it's just a thought I had, and I haven't spoken to Steven about it yet. He promised me to finish script by tonight, but honestly, I'm not optimistic. If only that god of his knocked on his door. I see, changing the focus to the messenger was the only way to steer the plot towards brilliance. I can already imagine the shock on everyone's faces when they read the new ending. Well, once I'm done with it. But I see you've added a lot of direction notes for his lines. Most of them are quite detailed. While you were giving me advice on my writing just now, you mentioned the quirks of Lucien's performances and where he likes to put pauses in his dialogue. You even told me which angle suits him best for close-ups to capture his most subtle expressions, and what kind of lighting best highlights his unique character. It's like you've known him for a long time, maybe even taught him. So how did you know all these things about Lucien? He called for me, troop leader. Come with me, playwright. The final act is underway, and as always, the entirety of the audience is enraptured by the performance on stage. It's rare for White Flower to return to the stage. Will you not toast to her once the performance is over? What of Blood Diamond and Abyss? They are merely supporting roles this time. All their scenes have already concluded. The rotting stage mechanism has spread the blood of the magician's assistant and the chosen lucky audience member all over the stage. Their corpses have been stuffed into prop boxes set afloat on the river to disappear forevermore. The magician herself completes her final show as she treads on a stage yet slick with blood. Blood Diamond and Abyss should have chiseled their way out of the box by now, and by their way back to the stage for the current call alongside White Flower, the magician. Should they now? And here I was thinking those two children have turned performance into reality, disappearing forevermore. As I recall, this was a new scene you added half a year ago while revising the script during a night you claimed to have had a revelation. Leader, come with me, playwright. The show is far from over. He is my favorite leading man. He once left me, but in the end, we shall be reunited.
Mission accomplished.
Oh, yep, there's the medal.
One more thing, though. Logistics gave me far too much tea and cake. Would everyone like to help me lighten the load?
Oh, wait, she's on the banner. Oh. Okay, claim all these later. Medals.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna grab a drink. I'm out of things to drink up here, so give me a few minutes.
All right, I'm back.
I'll help, but you'd better sit down with me for a mug of mead once this is over.
I understand the objective you've set.
A petite Zala gropes around in the darkness as she traverses the pitch black plate layer. I see how it is. The structure and systems look complex, but once you figure out the theory behind it, then a prop maker can operate it. For example, here adjust its direction first. I set a time, pull down the lever, open the gate, and done. Good, just like I thought. This way I'll have nothing to worry about even if something unexpected happens. Now there's just one last thing to do. I need to go find her. I'm sure you have reservations, Lucian. The place's in a crisis and everybody's in danger. I wouldn't trust a cold-hearted producer who is demanding to shoot go on either. Now, we do not need to trust each other. You're not wrong. My 20 years in Rankwood, I've never trusted a single person I've worked with. I trust only in my own judgment. I invited Milani right when she most needed an opportunity. I saw right away at that auction that you were an acting genius, and I was sure Abner would join the crew even though he hates my guts. I even still believe that Laura's death 5 years ago was the only way to save that movie. You had nothing to do with the accident, but you still made use of her death. She was a talented rookie, eager, hardworking, and full of passion for cinema. It's just that sometimes the enthusiasm got to her head and made her break a few rules. Steven was still green back then, and the shoot wasn't going as planned. Halfway through the project, I knew that film would burn through all my assets and leave my reputation in tatters. I needed an external factor to help me solve that crisis. Laura's death. Using the media to hype up the accident would be too predictable. Those busybodies would just sigh and forget all about it the moment they moved on. So I used a lot of money to squash the police investigation and media's attention, along with a healthy amount of hush money to Laura's family. I got the editor to keep the footage of the fall that Abner captured on camera and turned it into climax of the film. Even now, there are some people who still think she was just an acting genius who retired early. He covered up her death. I immortalized her in the film. Someone will eventually notice what you did. Every year on the day of her sacrifice, I go visit her 5 years, and I'm the only one who brings flowers to her grave. Do not feel guilt. I'm certainly to blame for it, but now's not the time for repentance. Right now, there's only one thing on my mind: finishing this film. Once the death of Lady DuPont is screening, the murders on set are bound to get the media's attention. I'll take that chance to officially release the truth behind Laura's death. When that time comes, there will be a lot more people grieving for her, and that's when I'll bear the blame. I hope you realize that I didn't confess all that to you on a whim. I want to use the truth to make a deal. When I first met you, I thought it was fate throwing me a bone, dropping a big present on my lap before shooting started. But it was your behavior after you joined the crew that proved to me that you are no ordinary man. Dalton died right in front of you, but you kept your cool. You even looked forward to future filming. After you discovered my plans to film a catastrophe, you took the perfect opportunity to leak those plans to the camera assistant, most likely to spill them. And now the crew officially dismissed, almost everyone is feeling desperate except you. You were waiting in your room for me to visit, as if you're no stranger to sudden death and tragedy. Who are you exactly, and why did you agree to join my film crew? I was enticed by your script, no more and no less. Sure, the way things are now, interrogating you about your history isn't going to help my shoot, but I was hoping you would repay my honesty and kind. I still believe in my vision, Lucien. No matter what I find out about you, no matter how suspicious, I will never withdraw my invitation for you to be my male lead. But if you really can't explain why you're here, if you've got your sights on something way over my head, if you think Laura's death and everything it's caused 5 years down the line are the real story behind being filmed on this plate, and you're here for that, then I, Greta Stone, would like to invite you again. Please be our next leading man, Lucien. If that is your wish, then it is mine as well, Madam Stone. Greta sent out compensation to everyone and officially disbanded the crew. Whether you're scared of the killer, worried about the catastrophe, or want to stay and finish the shoot, we're all free to do as we please. In the shoot, Greta is still thinking about her movie right now. She must have noticed the connection between the murders of the crew and the one 5 years ago. So she's doing it on purpose. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn, and I don't see why you should either. Or as Greta said, you can leave the truth to whoever feels like playing detective. The truth. The cast and crew both mercilessly bully newcomers. The producer even massaged a tragic and fatal fall into a scene that straddles the line between truth and lie. If you will not repent for what happened 5 years ago, nor make your deeds known to the public, do you believe yourself innocent, Greta? Have you forgotten how you edited Laura into your film? Also, she could die over and over again with every showing. You must pay the price. A bulge on the bed, faintly outlined by the dim nightlight. The person beneath the blanket is fast asleep, ignorant to the judgment about to fall upon her. Fast asleep, that desecrator of the dead, forgetter of sins, ignorer of warnings. How could Greta sleep so soundly? Someone quietly creeps closer to the bed, pulling a razor-sharp dagger out of the sleeve. Slender fingers grip its hilt tightly, lifting the terrifying weapon high into the air. I don't even want to hear your confession. I don't even want to hear your screams. Just go away already. You must pay. This feeling is not right. The blanket is lifted up. There is nobody under it aside from a black shadow. A shadow? How can a shadow exist on its own? The intruder steps back a bit as the shadow slowly condenses into a familiar shape. Yo! It's the cat. It's Christine. A trap. So we finally meet. I welcome you, my elusive guest. Is it really you? Yeah, I fucking knew it. I fucking called it. Moira is the murderer. Moira, the most dedicated member of the crew, was actually a 3-time murderer. It should have been 4. When did you find out, Lucien? The first to notice your abnormal behavior was Miss Christine, not me. In that very first scene after I joined the cast, she intruded upon the shoot. She rarely approaches anyone other than me, but she approached you. Since then, she has made contact with you many times. If you believe she decided to accompany you as you watch a movie in the prop room because she likes the both of you, that is only half correct. Miss Christine was only ever interested in you. Look, even now, even as you hold that dreadful dagger, she still stands by your side. Ridiculous. Don't tell me that's your only reason to suspect me just because this mysterious creature is fond of me. Or maybe she only does what you tell her to. She's your pet after all. Moira looks into Miss Christine's deep blue eyes. At the very next moment, she no longer has conscious control over herself. Joy, sorrow, anger, all sorts of emotions all through her heart before finally settling into a blank void, one that terrifies anyone looking upon it. You continue to misunderstand her. As I have explained before, none may interfere with her intentions and actions. I did not merely mean that she is free-spirited by nature, but rather nobody has the ability to interfere with her. It is she who possesses the ability to influence others. The mysterious black creature nonchalantly licks her paws. Moira finds it difficult to reconcile the Miss Christine she sees now with the enormous pressure she felt earlier. Miss Christine is extremely sensitive to emotions. No carefully buried pain or flicker of malice escapes her notice. Over countless years, she has wandered across all of Terra, tasting the entire spectrum of feeling. Rather than any particular flavor, she prefers a blend. And her judgment is derived from instinct rather than logic. It does not err. Solving a murder without even discovering a motive, should I congratulate you. Vengeance. For who? For that ghost entangled in the minds of the majority of the crew. Madam Stone, the one who stands before you now, is a relative of that rookie actress Laura who fell to her death 5 years ago. One who loved her dearly, her little sister. Yeah. I freaking called it. Alright, so where were we? We're gonna do this.
My hammer's not so weak. Good scenery here, Doctor. Request acknowledged. Stress concentration point measured. We're counting on you again today, little apple.
Oh shit, whoop, hold on a second. I did not mean to retreat. Hold on.
Run! Let's try to take up as little of our holiday time as possible. scenery here, Doctor.
Request acknowledged.
Gather around, guys.
I'll give you the best plan possible.
Activate it. God damn it, activate it, dude. Holy fuck.
Nothing to worry about.
I'll hold this ground all on my own.
Please, trust in me.
Good. But I will not.
We're counting on you again today, little apple. Rescue Team Mulberry in position. It's my job to ensure everyone's safety.
Start the operation.
命令を無駄だ。
What are you doing standing there? Come at me! Now don't expect me to give you your last rites.
Whew, almost dozed off. Oh, I should try adding a jet engine next time.
Where are you looking? It's dangerous to get distracted.
Target prepared. I'm prepared. This one was burned.
I can do it too.
わかった。目を凝らせ。これこそがイベリアのデストレッツォ。
Go ahead. Target eliminated.
There we go. So out of all the choices Mr. Stone gave us after disbanding the crew, you chose to play Detective Lucian. No need to bluff. I know you're not afraid of me exposing you. If it would let more people know the truth behind Laura's death and the conduct of the film crew, you would have gladly exposed yourself given the right opportunity. Not right now. It's over, Moira. You hid yourself well. A simple identity and an innocent facade were the ideal cover for you. During nearly all of the murders, you were with Pippi. That painter trusts you deeply and was very happy and was always happy to provide you an alibi. Even as you left your meetings partway through. Looking back, every accident has involved you in some way. Dalton's death was caused by a prop knife being switched, which led to the former prop master being dismissed. You naturally took over his work, which afforded you even greater opportunities for crime. As for the second accident, when Shelley walked into the cold storage. No, she had intended to kill her before that, but failed. Do you remember how Shelley had a hallucination and interrupted to shoot Madam Stone? While she was rooted in place, unable to move, a heavy container fell from above. You saved her. Moira single-handedly held onto the rope, preventing the two of you from being harmed. But it was not out of the kindness of her heart. At the time, everyone was focused on Shelley's antics. Very few people noticed the dangling container, let alone rushed to the other end of the rope. Right, only the one who had tampered with the rope in the first place could have reacted that quickly. The failed attempt revealed to all that Shelley suffered from hallucinations, which you took advantage of. I knew her deepest nightmares. She mistook me for my sister Laura and babbled all her sinful secrets to me. But even to the very end, she never repented. Instead, she began to blame Laura for crossing the line. She had to die. As for Marion and Michael only ever treated me as an innocent little errand girl. He never figured out I was after his life, even entrusting me with the important matter of sneaking out of the plate. And Marion, she never felt the slightest guilt for what happened 5 years ago. Escape, nobody can escape. Do you know just how much suffering and malice my sister had to endure? Yet all she ever talked about was how much experience she was getting and how happy she was to be part of the cast. Whenever I was worried I wouldn't make it as a pro prop maker, whenever I silently shed tears as the crew ostracized me, she would use herself as an example to comfort me, to encourage me. But it was only after she died that I learned that that I learned what that experience you gave her really was. How dare you look at me like that, Greta? Are you doubting what I just said? Surely you haven't forgotten how you bribed the police and the media and suppressed the news of Laura's death. You even turned her accident into a mockery of the truth in the movie. How could she possibly rest in peace after that? No, Moira. Adam Stone has not forgotten her deeds, rather she is doubting her identity. My identity, a prop maker and an unremarkable Zalek, an avenger of crimes unanswered. Laura had no younger sister. She was never part of your life. What are you saying? What kind of interrogation is this? 5 years ago after the accident, I gave Laura's family compensation. I even hired people to scour her entire family history and her circumstances, also I could guarantee that none of them would leak the truth, not even her most distant relatives. After Lucian told me the truth he had deduced, I was still in disbelief, so I pulled out the list of Laura's family members and checked it again. I regret to inform you there was no Moira on that list. You're lying. I can explain everything that has happened to you, but you will need time to accept it. So put down the dagger, Moira. It should not be yours. Put it down? It's far too late for that. What was that? Okay, I was not expecting that Moira was not the sister of Laura. If she's not the sister of Laura, she believes to be, right? And who is Moira? Was it a sudden earthquake? Somebody saved me. Did the plate hit something? If I had known this was coming, I'd have skedaddled out of this place already. What the hell's going on here? Crew members stream out of the rooms into the crowded corridor, none with the slightest idea of what was happening. Lucian's shadow passes by, a bevy of curses, complaints, laments, and prayers before arriving at the end of the corridor. He looks out the window. Hey guys, doesn't it feel like the plate is speeding up? Moira locks the door. She does not know if the man named Lucian will catch up to her or how long it will take. The room shakes violently, letting her know that the sabotage she performed had taken effect. The cockpit is destroyed, the engine's output is locked to its highest setting, and its route is set. The studio plate speeds up as it approaches the nearby catastrophe and shows no signs of stopping. In a few hours, they will find themselves with the misfortune of facing a storm, no, a trial. The vast majority of this cast and crew had to answer for the accident 5 years ago, for the death of her sister. Laura had no younger sister. She was never a part of your life. What was he talking about? Laura mumbles to herself incessantly. She sifts through the piles of junk in the prop room and finds an old VCR. She sets it up and pulls out a videotape from one of her inner pockets. A videotape she has watched countless times. She presses down on the play button. The smile of a young woman appears on the screen. Laura, my sister, you're real. Tell me you're real. I know whenever you laughed, there was a dimple in your in only your left cheek. You had big eyes with light green irises. They were always so gentle when you looked at me. You could peel an entire apple without breaking its skin in 30 seconds. Whenever you were happy, you'd whistle a big, strong feet. You'd use arts to make small ice crystals to use as hair clips. You told me about your life in Rankwood, how your very first role got edited down to only 3 seconds of screen time in the final cut. You told me about how much you struggled just to get a few more scenes, while a few assholes talked about you behind your back. Most of the crew still looked after you. You told me how even though you came from a small town where you couldn't even buy a VCR, even though you had to learn a lot of things from scratch, even though opportunities that are easy for others to get are far out of reach for us. We still shouldn't be discouraged. You never mentioned how much bullying you had to suffer through. You had to suffer through, how much pain you endured. You would go on and on about how beautiful the sunrise in Rankwood was, looking towards the future with such firm eyes. You also had times when you were sad, even though you only ever mentioned how homesick you felt at night. When all was quiet and the only ones kept you company were the twin moons low in the sky. Tell me how alike we were, and how you had my back and would support me forever, ever since we were little. Laura suddenly stops. She shakes her head like mad, trying to force more details out of her memory. But she can't say no more. She finds her memories of Laura having an unusually distinct cutoff point. They had never run through the grass together, hand in hand. They had never fallen asleep in each other's arms as their parents sang to them. As she trawls further back through her memories, every image to do with her sister is simply blank. Videotape ends, the television screen goes dark. Laura sees her own face reflected in it. Tears silently stream down her cheek. You were never part of Laura's life. Laura was never a part of yours. But if that's really true, then what do you even have left, Moira? Who are you? First it's serial murders, and now this morning's mysterious explosion. The hell's going on here? Why is the wind so strong? I thought that she would be gone by now, right? Most of the staff has already left, right, by now? I'm surprised that she's still stuck around. All right, according to the schedule, today's the day we're filming the catastrophe. Houghton stands in the street of the exterior set. Thanks to the nearby storm, the one colorful background walls are covered in a layer of dust. She never expected to experience so many twists and turns after joining the film crew. She's only ever thought about making movies. As for actually being in one, she can't stand the idea. Hold on, can you give me a minute? I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. That's the catastrophe Miss Stone wanted to film. Earlier, the catastrophe everyone was making such a fuss about has simply been a faint gray dot out in the wastes. Now it has condensed into a storm that blots out the sky, a storm that refuses to allow onlookers to tear their gazes away from it. Small-scale spirals out of wind formed from originium, dust circle, around the blade visible to the naked eye. I gotta say, it really is a spectacular sight. If you saw a scene like this in a movie theater. Please, Tara, bless us. I've had such bad luck. Please just let us finish filming safely. No, who cares about the shoot? A safe return to Central Rankwood is good enough for me, please. Blade responds to Houghton's prayer with an even more unusual than earlier sound and shaking. Whoa, what the Hitchcock was that? Ah, yep. Houghton has wondered many times before if she were actually in the middle of a catastrophe, what would she hear? The howling of the wind, the roaring of explosions, the shrieking of the panic crowd. Turns out it's none of those. It is the sound of walls and metal structures being squashed as flat as an empty can, one after the other. It is sound that instills extreme horror in oh so fragile humans who begins to worry their organs, bones, and blood vessels would suffer a similar fate. Oh, wow. The turbulent sky licks against the edge of the blade, tearing sets that once starred in classic movies to shreds with the wind before flinging them out into the wasteland. Autumn moves aside the scaffolding that had fallen on her, but finds her legs too weak to muster the strength to move. She looks at the devastation in a daze, barely able to believe her eyes. My god, how did we already get so close to the catastrophe? I hope she doesn't die, man. I feel bad for her.
I was pretty good, wasn't I, Doctor?
Oh, wow. Ah. Okay. I got this. What the? This is Greta's plan for the shoot? The origin storm's right in our faces. What are we, some sort of suicide squad? No way. This has to be the killer's doing, right? Didn't you hear the explosion earlier? Someone blew up the plate's cockpit. There's no way we can slow the plate down or change directions now. Right now, we're only barely in contact with the storm, but once we hit its core, they're not gonna find a single brick from this plate. Alright, enough. So who on Terra was it? Their revenge wasn't enough for them, so now they're gonna take it out on the rest of us too? Murderer is Moira of the prop team. What? Who's talking? I said the killer responsible for the 3 murders is Moira. Moira, you're kidding me. That unremarkable Zalek. Miss Stone caught her red-handed. If Lucian weren't there, she would have become the next victim. So where's the little rat now? I'll go find her myself. And what's the point of confronting a psycho killer when you can't even save yourself? She owes us an explanation. What if she gets innocents killed? You think I haven't thought of that? I already switched to wireless comms to broadcast mode to ensure I survive this. I'm sure everyone outside the plate has heard the truth by now. The killer's trapped like a rat. I have to live, I have to. Once I get back to Central Rankwood, all the bombshells I've collected these past few days will be enough to buy me a villainous siesta. Shit, the plate's tilting towards the originium storm again. Right, the lamb boats. We can use them to escape. They're gone. What? I went over to the emergency escape cabin earlier and they were already wrecked by the storm, every last one of them. There's no way out for us now. If I'm going to die anyway, I might as well take the chance to jump off the plate. Cut that shit out. Just move anywhere safer than the film set. Let's go hide on the ground in the engine layer. There truly are so many things to learn from the set design of a horror film. Thank you, Tippy. No problem. I have to get back and start making visualizations for most of the visual effects first, then we'll finalize details after Director Quay is done with the script. Like I promised, I'm gonna design you a finale that'll leave Lady Dupont into cinema history. I am looking forward to it. Wait, how long have we been talking about this? Did Molly ever find a way to escape? What now? That's not good. Wait, there's a voice from the comms. Catastrophe. Control cabin destroyed. Why is the signal so bad? It sounds like Abner's assistant. What kind of trouble is he getting into now? The control cabin has been destroyed. The plate is rushing towards the catastrophe. Killer is Moira. Maybe grips the wireless walkie-talkie and turns the volume knob as high as she can, but stays silent. He must have misheard, she thinks. But if so, why is Miss Rutherford looking at her with such a sullen expression? No, there's no way. Tippy, I can't imagine anyone would joke about that in these circumstances. But when would she have had the opportunity? The night when Shelley, Michael, and Marion died, she was watching movies with me the whole time. Was there really no opportunity? Tippy doubts her own mind. Was Molly really right next to her the whole time during their movie nights? No. We always watch multiple movies back to back, so sometimes she'd leave when I was switching out the tape. Sometimes she'd say Miss Stone was looking for her, sometimes it was to pick up something she forgot on the film set. I'm sure you know how she's like, ma'am. She's still new to being prop master and under like a ton of pressure, but she's super committed to her work. Darling. No, that only explains how she could have done it. It doesn't prove that she did. A motive. Why would she kill all those people she had nothing to do with? Why don't I know anything? Darling, maybe you didn't know your friend as well as you thought you did. Let's just focus on the movie, so stop looking away from the screen. Sorry, there's just been so much going on with the film crew lately, I'm a little nervous. Don't worry, I'm here for you, girl. No matter who I am, one thing's for sure, I'm your best friend on this crew. Maybe she never even thought of me as a friend. Maybe she was just using me. The Libri girl's head sinks. She speaks no more. Alani hugs Libri in front of her. The girl who was consoling her just a few hours ago is now crying on her shoulder. Melania pats her back. She asks no questions, nor does she say anything about the price of growing up. She only hugs her. Let's just leave this place first, Tippy. The convoluted structure here will only put us in danger if the plate gets too close to the catastrophe. We would be safer underground, though that too may be futile if the plate doesn't change direction. Underground. Over Milani's shoulder, Tippy spots some of the materials they salvaged from the horror film earlier. On the ground, the word circles around her brain. Wait, I got it. But you recovered your pep already. No, I figured out how to change the plate's trajectory. There was once a crew that snuck into another Rankwood plate to film secretly to save on rental costs. And they ended up with a super cool, scary movie. I rewatched it recently. But that plate and the one we're standing on both came from the same batch made by Rankwood. So basically, the specs should be pretty much the same. If my hunch is right, there should be another control cabin at the bottom of the engine layer. What are our odds of making it there? To be honest, no idea. But never tell me the odds, I gotta try. There's no point in mulling over something I can't answer on my own. Only when we're out of this crisis will I be able to get the truth from her. Channel singing, cheerful whistling. So this is where you were, Lucian. That was my sister's favorite song. On breaks between shooting, she'd often look to the sky and hum the tune. I thought you'd already woken up. I did. Thanks to you, you showed me the truth I was blind to and how cruel they truly were. And what are you doing now? A rumbling comes from beneath their feet. The Rankwood plate rushes towards the catastrophe as the crew panics. No one would think to enter the prop room. Now when they should be escaping. But it is at this very moment that the prop master gets to work. She goes around the room fiddling with one mannequin after another, dressing them in clothes, correcting their postures. Her earnest focus is fully on them. I only just remember how I recognized Laura. If you will allow me to guess, you met someone. He has a very gentle feline. The weather was terrible that day. I was sitting on a bench for a long time and there was water on my face, probably rain, but maybe tears. The accident was caused by the negligence of the person in charge, but in the end, I was the one who had to pay compensation and was kicked off the crew. I didn't know anyone in Rankwood, so I was no stranger to being treated like that. I ran away from home, you know, after my parents died. There was nowhere else to go, so the only thing left for me was death. Then that person sat next to me. We didn't talk the entire time. He only gently waited for me to calm down. But when he left, I realized a cassette tape was sitting on my knee. That man brought Laura into my life at a time where there was only darkness. She became my sister. She protected me, encouraged me, and helped me pull myself together. Laura was already long dead by then. Her background, experiences, and even appearance all resembled yours. The man gave you motivation, not when you were at your lowest, as well as anger, confusion, and deep-rooted thirst for vengeance. No doubt that was no better than before. Was that grief I saw flash through your eyes, or pity? No, that's not it either. Or like understanding, sympathy. Did something similar happen to you? Do you know him? Of course. He's an expert of grafting non-existent joy and anger onto your life, much like how an unscrupulous director adds extra elements as he pleases to a story he deems dull. Oh, I suppose you would call it ad-libbing in the film industry. He pulls you from one pit of despair while guiding you into another, thus inciting the so-called beauty of drama. He's an old acquaintance, my teacher, the source of all my suffering, and a fandom that should be long dead. Finding you, finding him, is the very reason I came here. Or I'm sorry for denying all that you have. No, it's not like that. Laura finishes arranging her last mannequin and returns to the center of the prop room. She does a curtsy in Lucien's direction and lightly taps her fingertips. Lucien then realizes something has changed and looks over to see that every mannequin has come alive. I don't think you've denied me. In my worst hour, Laura appeared by my side and has accompanied me for a long time now. She's my sister, as I am hers. I don't regret avenging her. I don't regret shouldering all these sins. I will also be the last person in this land to remember her. I cry, I laugh, I rage, I doubt, I hate, I grieve, I yearn. And thus I have these intense feelings I would never have had otherwise. I am alive. Mannequin begins to move. Lucien recognizes who they were modeled after: the deceased Dalton, Shelley, Michael, Marion, and also Moira herself. Oh. Moira stretches out her hand and holds her mannequin's hands one by one as they move past her. No music except the trembling ground accompanies their movements, but the tiny Zalak prop master seems to have become the most passionate dancer on the land as she embraces her myriad. Strange yet elegant. I should be thanking you, Lucien. You helped me realize it. When there was nothing left of Moira anymore, I felt as if I became a mirror that I could become anyone. Wake up. Satisfaction born from despair is nothing but poison. I've never been more awake in my entire life. Would you also like to become my dance partner? Just like them. As Moira finishes speaking, her dance partners throw themselves at Lucien. Damn, alright. Blood Diamond song. Alright, let me see here.
Need some lighting? All good. This light on my head will illuminate the path ahead.
I'm sorry, who are you? Unhappy cameraman. Wires film, which can be destroyed with 6 attacks.
Probably.
And slows down. It slows down when inside the filming area. Okay, go. You got it. You got it. Oh shit! Hold on. Okay. If I recall, it is. Hold on. So do this.
I don't really want my holiday mood ruined, so hurry up and stop resisting arrest. 負傷者はこちらに。
全員の行動力を奪う。それでいいだろう。
Oh, wait. Let me do this again. Hold on a sec. Or actually, yeah, no. Let me do this thing again. Hold on. Okay, I didn't know that I can like destroy those. Okay, so let me do this thing again. Okay, wait. What was the middle for this thing again? I think it's not to let those things hit me, right? Or hit anyone, right? Okay. Don't let them explode. Gotcha. Okay.
Why does this suit of armor feel like it's gotten tighter? Especially around the waist. Thankfully, my gun still feels the same as it ever has.
Get already, guys! Whose turn is it to get blown to bits today?
Ooh, okay. Oh, that was close.
My hammer's not so weak.
Get already, guys!
I'll hold his ground.
Enemy covered to
お前の攻撃は想定の通りだ。
Whoever said a wheelchair couldn't get up onto a steel beam?
Non serve trattenersi. Una volta svelato un segreto, non c'è nulla da nascondere.
Okay, this is awkward.
Devi fare dei musica già.
Oh, well, that's not good.
Lo specchio dovrei fare. Ho capito solo.
No one will fall!
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
I'll give you some stress concentration.
お前の攻撃は想定の通りだ。
I have to get serious now.
Lo specchio. Oh, non deludetevi stanotte, amici miei!
Get already, guys!
There you go.
Accomplished.
Your medal for the stage. Do not let them. Yeah, I think I did it. I think I pulled it off. Okay, let's see. Chill to be chill. Deep breaths. Remember how the plot went in that movie. Yeah, I think I pulled it off. I think it only exploded once. I think it only exploded once. Everyone had her friend pick up a weapon and hide in a storage room to the left while she herself ran the other way. Storage room. All right, the route matches up. Down we go. It's kind of dark in here. Well, dark is good. There should be a hidden door around the corner. Straight ahead and at the end of the corridor, there should be a backdrop control cabin. She knew all the mannequins chasing down the squad where her friends worked. The whole squad pointed their fingers at her friend, and she was mad too. Gotta get moving. What are you doing here, Tippy? I figured out how to change the place's trajectory. We can avoid any more casualties, so let me through ASAP. There's a way out of this? Don't listen to her lies. She isn't she the culprit's best friend? She could have been covering up for her this whole time. How else could we have missed all this happening on right under our noses right up until we were about to die? She tries not to think about her friend's betrayal, even though she still has things to say. She ignores the crowd mocking her. They're only attacking her to protect themselves. It was you, the one who was always hiding in the back. First you interrupt shooting, now you're preventing us from going home. She wants to save everyone, including her friend. She wants answers. Stop her, don't let her through. At my eyes. He grabs a spray gun from her belt and glares at the fearsome weapon-wielding crew. You leave me no other choice. Are you guys afraid of one girl? Get her. The murders, the catastrophe, the film crew was already on edge from having to hide in the engine layers, so the spray painter's behavior only aroused their pent-up anger. The self-defense weapons scrape the floor as everyone rushes towards Tippy. Her hands are trembling, there's no way she can take them all alone, and she prays the hover unit on her back will work. Her final trump card. A black creature shows up in the corner of the corridor. Yo! The cat! It is as if the noise drew her here, but also as if she is merely passing by. No one notices her as she rubs, as they rush by. Their heads fill with all sorts of extreme emotions. Miss Christine takes a sniff, and the rushing crowd slows down in her eyes until they freeze in place. Anger, extremely spicy, but without a little sour envy to balance it out, it tastes a bit off. Panic, bitter and hard to keep down, but a little dash of sweet comfort will turn it into a nice dessert. Grief, a salty mix of tears and sighs that brings unnecessary trouble if too much is added. Must be careful paired with other flavors. Pain, the most complex and ever-changing emotion. It used to be my favorite. But after meeting Lucien, the pain of ordinary people is almost flavorless to me. Well, there's another one over there. She seems to be that little Zalek's friend. At first, I only took notice of that girl who seemed so similar to Lucien, the lead actress the man chose for his latest play, yet I didn't expect your ties to make you even tastier than her. Miss Christine shakes her tails, her eyes moving between shadows on the ground until they lock onto Tippy's silhouette. The lady's twin tails twist into strange shapes, as if a woman is wiping her knife and fork before diving into her meal. I ought to gift you a small reward. The lady glances at the crowd rushing towards the library. A little exercise to aid digestion after a meal, she thinks. Why am I here? The catastrophe's about to hit us, so we came down here to hide from it, but what's with the wrench in my hand? Weapons fall from their hands in succession as the resulting harsh clangs wake even more from their delirium. They exchange looks of confusion, not knowing why they were all holding weapons, though they do know that they should leave. Hey, Christine, what are you doing here? How come they're leaving? When they were rushing towards me, I suddenly felt my whole body go cold and lots of different feelings woke up in me at the same time, like they were fighting. But then a breeze blew by, I heard their weapons drop, and my body thawed out too. Like some kind of irresistible force pulled something out of me. Miss Christine tilts her head. She taps her tails twice on the floor, successfully attracting the girl's attention, then points in a direction they are right in front of the control cabin. This place is older than I thought it'd be. Wow, the devices here are all previous gen stuff. But that's good news for us since they're all sealed off to prevent dust and corrosion. But there's no smart locks on anything. Even I'd find it pretty tough to learn to hack on the spot. Let me see. The storm's moving faster than the plays, so just reversing a no-go, turning's the best way out. But trying to change direction when the plate's already so close to the catastrophe. No, I can't worry about that. Where's the backup navigational system? Here it is. First open the lock, great, I'm in, then Tippy takes a deep breath and hopes she remembers the steps right. Hold the lever all the way down. Tippy is thrown against the wall by a huge force. The entire engine layer shakes with all sorts of strange mechanical noises ringing throughout this tiny space. That was the plate's waist jerking around with every segment of the treads below now trying to respond to the change. The steel giant under her feet is now fighting its own immense and unstoppable inertia by steering sideways, trying to avoid a storm right up ahead. Libby feels her teeth ache. She does not know if it will manage to turn in time or how long it will take. All she can do is pray. Even a little shift will do. We'll have a tiny chance as long as we don't hit the storm's core. It has to work. It has to work. I have to see her one more time. As Christine shakes her tails, jumping in front of the little Libri to smell the changes in her mood. A brief relief after achieving her goal, along with confusion and pain from a friend's betrayal. But why is there also a hint of suppressed madness? No, that smell does not belong to the girl. As Christine jerks her head up, looking towards a place she cannot see, a companion who has been with her the whole time. Lucian feels sympathy towards the other person, which means he is currently experiencing twice the pain. As Christine is somewhat displeased. She cannot help but recall the night when the Crimson Troop was destroyed as Lucian sang under name Blood Diamond. It is no good omen. How are you so calm, Lucian? Are you disappointed and unmoved by what I've done? A mannequin pounces on him while it is an inanimate object. Lucian feels a strong depressive aura that suddenly turns into elation and ecstasy. As Lucian touches the mannequin, the emotion turns into energy, forcing him backwards. Dalton. There's no doubt these are the feelings Dalton had right before his final rehearsal. Why don't you fight back? Do you have that little interest in why don't you fight back? Do you have that little interest in me, babe? But ever since you played the part of the messenger and spoke those lines about fate, I haven't been able to take my eyes off of you. Michael. Mannequin passes on Moira's emotions and she turns to Michael, the excessive yet artificial man who always wore his heart on his sleeve. What kind of emotions are you hiding inside yourself? You let me feel fear and danger and so much danger. Jelly. Jelly, in the final moments of her life, the neurotic coordinator, was completely wrecked by her own fear. Turning emotions into tangible energy, and any object that passes through your hands becomes a medium to release it. So these are your originium arts. I see why you chose you, why it led you to become what you are now. A prop master, strings, puppets, all images born just for the stage. When you forgot yourself, a person becomes a play. Come join in our performance, Lucian. If you're right, and that man roused my abilities, then as his real student, you will make the best dance partner. Laura laughs and cries loudly. 1,000 expressions flash across her face, filling the prop room with a suffocating energy. There is nowhere for Lucian to run. Fine. What? Or I will sing for you as you wish. The Blood Diamond song is a kind of misfortune for both himself and the audience. It will rip my throat apart, sending pain straight into your ears, and you will either die or spend the rest of your life with its melody reverberating in your mind. If you willingly ignore the truth in your hands, if you satisfied by such falsehoods, if you can only approach them by destroying yourself, then allow me to relieve your pain and enter the stage once more. Alright, here's a song. The emotions within flood into her, overwhelming even the song itself. She does not understand what Lucian's singing about. She only feels joy, fear, doubt, rage, hatred, and sorrow 100 times stronger than her own. Before she's completely washed away by the emotions, she cannot help but think, what sort of experiences must one go through to understand which such revelations, or was he simply forced to learn it all within the despair of having nothing at all? A troop leader, White Flower, is still waiting for us for the current call. Why have we come here? This is just a river. There's nothing here this time of night. I'm afraid White Flower will be upset by tonight's sparse audience. For this river, here is the final stage. Tell them, playwright, what does the revised ending look like? The magician's assistant and a lucky audience member who both died on stage are stuffed into prop boxes and thrown into the river. Once the dust settles, they will wake up and emerge from the river under the stars. They use their story deaths to distance themselves from the prison of nightmares. That's Blood Diamond and Abyss. Wait, didn't they return to the castle already? Why would they be here? Are they running away? It seems our travel plans have been interrupted, Abyss. But how? Magician's assistant and lucky audience members came back to life. Now this is true magic. With this crowd looking on, it would seem he's a fan of this new improvised ending. Let's go back. He's waiting for us. Go back. You can still run, Lucian. Come with me. The river's wide enough, and he's far enough away. If you choose to flee now, he'll let you go, but fear will seep into your bones and torment you for the rest of your life. I'll go back to him, learn all his skills, uncover all his secrets, and then destroy it all. For such is my wretched fate. Fate, are you sure it's not just proof that you become entranced with the truth with him once more? This is the pain and despair he has given me. Then I will become his fate. Somehow you always understand him and his twisted aesthetics. Yet you never listened to me, or maybe you never really wanted to escape. You've spent far too long trapped in a nightmare. Fine then, I hope the Crimson Truth Blood Diamond will grant a former friend one last favor. Don't chase me, don't come after me. Let's part here, friend. We will meet again once this all falls to ruin. At some point, Black Creature appears inside the prop room, nimbly avoiding Moira's body as she goes over to Lucian. With his knees bent halfway and surrounded by mannequin parts scattered all over the ground, for once Lucian doesn't perform the gesture of a proper gentleman's salute to her. The lady is even more displeased by his actions. You haven't sung in a long time, Lucian. Apologies, Miss Christine. Did you hurry here as soon as you could? What a terrible sin. This Zalek compelled you to use your arts as well as the skills you were so determined to abandon. Do you know what sort of situation you put yourself into, yes? Chaotic, disorderly, uncontrollable, like a ball of unruly yarn I've yet to sort out. And you wish to face them, even end them, as you are now. That is why I've come here, Miss Christine. When I stood up from the river as Shalem continued to sink below, my mind was already made. This is the performance I've repeated the most. I cannot refuse, nor do I want to, not until the true end comes. Fine. Perhaps you will become a monster. Listen, Lucian. Ooh. Lucian stays still and does not look up. The lady sighs and her azure eyes light up like never before. She shakes her tails and her body splits into two identical figures. One walks into Lucian's shadow while the other remains sitting before him, staring. Both Miss Christine speaks in a staggered pattern like a strange duet. This way she ensures Lucian will hear every word she says. To be honest, I much prefer Phantom. It implies nothing good, but it is a name you came up with yourself. Humans are so troublesome. Sometimes I miss the cafe where we met. Your emotions were much more complex and slovenly than they are now. But still far better than today. The bitterness of your obsession is making me want to sneeze. Go meet him if you must. If you turn into a madman, I will devour all of your emotions, no matter how hard they may be to swallow. If he ceases to exist, I will haunt him and figure out a way to make his life miserable. After all, he can't do a thing to me. Break a leg, Phantom. Hurry, let me into the underground passage. Hey, did the storm blast our eyes blind? Do you have any idea how long I've been in this queue? Why, I'll teach you a lesson. No pushing or shoving people. The passage can only fit 2 at a time, so don't clog up the entrance. Leave space for those behind you. There's still time to get everyone in. The stone, the plate's western paths, and outer guardrails have been destroyed by the storm. If this keeps up, we won't be able to hold out for long, even in the engine layer. I sent people to move supplies in if we can survive this calamity. Oh, I'm sure we'll make it through. As routes are forward, you should hurry inside. The storm will tear your dress into shreds. So this is the wind she felt. What do you say? Nothing. Didn't you go looking for Tip to discuss the backdrop earlier? Where is she? She seemed to have figured something out and took off. I couldn't catch up to her. And we're supposed to be the adults in the face of a catastrophe. Not one of us is as cool-headed and brave as her, because she doesn't know what fear is yet. Only by experiencing it, hopping through it and getting crushed by it will she understand just how idealistic it is to keep going. Is that not the difficulty and charm of film production itself? Don't tell me you want to finish shooting this damn movie even now. It's still, the supplies are all on the ground now, and most of the crews too. Hey, she's still alive. Thank you, Houghton. You should hurry down yourself. Is there anything else? I asked around and no one's seen the director ever since we started approaching the storm. The stagehand in charge of the west side told me earlier that the catastrophe destroyed not just the guardrails, but some buildings too. That's where Steven's studio is. The storm showers originating dust all over the exquisite dream-creating backdrops. In an instant, only the blackened skeletons of a dozen sets remain, slanted support scattered all over the plate. Like a cage crushed into pieces. Lucian pays closer attention to the wind, and it brings more voices. Shouts and sobs, scolding and cursing, sincere praise and subconscious wailing. The hands of fate and the play stage by nature will not allow everyone time to take their positions. Lucian walks into the ruins. He sees a figure that absolutely could not have showed up right here, right now. The catastrophe shows no respect for the dreams crafted by man, and the storm has removed Lady Dupont's manor from the scene, leaving only a grand staircase in its wake. Thick clouds lie low, but stage lights still shine into the steps from afar, turning the ruins into a stage. Middle-aged man slowly walks up the stairs. He tugs on a curtain torn apart by the storm, trying to restore its neatness and beauty. Finally, his efforts pay off as the dirt and dust fall off the cloth, revealing its original shade of red. He grips a bottle in hand as usual, but is not at all a listless drunkard. He checks the stage right before the show begins. There's no one more dedicated to the work than him. Your habits haven't changed. Do you require assistance? It's almost time, Lucian. You came at the perfect moment. And no, not surprised. Should I be? Of course you wouldn't. There is no need for a character who has bowed out with a real death to return to the stage. But this is your play where all sorts of miracles occur. This is where the show begins and where it should end as well. The playwright might remark on how ingeniously this play has been handled. Or perhaps we would muse on how perfect it all is. Because once you push aside all the theatricality, this is what I look like when officially collaborating with you again after so many years apart. I was misdoing. Oh, my apologies. You are more inclined to call him Shalem, I believe. Traveling, gathering inspiration, disaster relief. In short, he won't be showing up here. Of course, the Crimson Troop has long since ceased to exist, and I'm glad to see the both of you walk out from its haze. A new role, a new life, a new home. I see the company known as Rhodes Island has provided you many a revelation. But you, why have you come here, child? Should I not have? No, you are our most important individual now, as the curtains are about to fall in this new play. I'm already on the stage after all. Of course. The marvelous scene we saw at the opening of the show was all thanks to you and him. Dalton personally handed you the weapon that will kill him, and his death raised the currents on this story. And you witnessed it all through his eyes. Lucian, surely you felt something was off the moment you held the knife, while I was relieved to confirm it. I am also curious, why exactly did you swing that blade with zero hesitation? As an actor takes the stage, anything unexpected must become part of the performance. Your lessons have been engraved into my mind and nothing more. Troop leader. Long time no see, Lucian.
Leader!
Yeah! It's been trimmed! Hell yeah. Yeah, I got the trim metal. Okay, the metal's been trimmed. Yep, there it is. There it is. Yep, 100% trimmed. Easy. Easy. Hold on. Yeah, looks like there's only like 8 stages, right? Maybe.
Is this the rendezvous point?
Deepest apologies for ruining the play. If you're referring to how you dealt with that Moira girl, then you owe me no apologies, Lucian. With your intellect, I can only assume you figured out the original ending of the story. No case from 5 years ago and a catastrophe that arrives right on cue. Both the storm and the delayed judgment rain down on this plate. This Alec, who once stood outside the story, slowly walks to the center of the stage and kills all those burdened with sin. Later, she comes to realize that everything she's done has been driven by delusion. She awakens hollowed out, broken, and judges the last remaining soul, herself. And you? In the script, you are the messenger who happens to pass through, the insignificant newcomer to the cast. You are so far removed from the core conflict, yet in the end, you become the one who ties all the threads together. The more unexpected the coincidence, the more shocking it is when the inevitable unfolds. This is the allure of drama, something you and I have experienced countless times. So you haven't ruined a thing, you merely added to the performance. Just like what you've done for the troop. I've suffered all manner of tragedy in my quest to find you. Naturally. The troop's mark at the auction was insufficient proof of my existence, I suppose. Thankfully, after all these years, death, or rather destruction, remains the plot device you wield so well, the ending you so cherish. Child, oh child, how I wish you could appreciate its beauty. Do I? I wouldn't say I appreciate it, but I am very familiar with it. I've acted in so many plays, I've killed so many people, my hands are drenched with blood. That is the deduction and training I received in my childhood, the life you instilled in me. You are my best student, Lucian. Before the climactic finale arrives, let us review the performance so far. You and I know this routine all too well. Troop leader smiles and bows toward Lucian. His scepter, wrapped by his tail, points towards the approaching catastrophe clouds, like a pen dipped in ink. A familiar scene unfolds before Lucian's eyes. He knows he can't refuse. No, this is what he came for. Now Lucian gives a slight nod. First we have Dalton. Originally, this middle-aged actor who resembled nothing more than a walking corpse didn't feel this scene was all that significant. He offered up what little lucidity he could muster, summoned the last stretches of his acting instincts, and recited his few remaining lines, and held out until the director called cut, all to earn just enough for another night of drinking. He has never mourned the actors who died because of him, nor reminisced about his once-spirited past. He was not even ashamed of his current sorry state. You manipulated him. Indeed, without my intervention, he would never have taken it upon himself to retrieve the swapped knife and deliver it to you. But I never commanded him to put his chest up to the blade. By the time you were acting opposite him, he was already fully awake, fully aware of the dagger, of the danger he was in. Lucian, your talent shines just as brightly in film as it did on stage. Your performance awakened his memories, reminding him of how great an actor he once was, of a time when he was immersed in his role, expressing real emotions, joy, sorrow, fury, and mirth. In that moment, the messenger slipped fully into character, while the looming threat of financial ruin warped Sir DuPont's thoughts. He had to cover up the truth. He had to do whatever it took to kill the person before him, without pausing to think that his own blade might be turned on him. You were right there with him. You know better than anyone just how intense his fear and anger were in that moment. As a farewell performance, it was nearly perfect. Indeed, death's imminent approach did not frighten him. Instead, it ignited his competitive fire, which had long been dulled by drink. He performed with unrestrained zeal. It was exhilarating. Then there was Michael and Marion. The philandering actor and the shrewd costume designer were found hanging above their own set. Their farcical romance laid bare for all to see. Their union was both shameful and absurd, a mess of indulgent desire, scheming ambition, mutual disdain, and mutual exploitation. There wasn't a trace of anything real about them, inside or out. That Michael, even his ears and tail were fake. Their deaths served no purpose, save for giving that camera assistant a juicy bit of gossip to peddle. But you, Lucian, you were at the scene. Even the cat could taste the lingering emotions left behind. When Moira knocked on that door, when the footsteps of death drew near in that fleeting moment, where there was no time to think, I'm sure you know what each of them did. Tear stains. What a fascinating detail. Tear stains lingered in the corners of his eyes. None of the three Rockefeller brothers had ever shown Lady DuPont such heartfelt emotion. That fireman's axe was originally meant for Marion. Oh. Yet Michael shielded her from harm, exposing himself to the blade instead. In the last moments of their lives, that man and that woman who, up to that point, had been attacked, who had been attacking each other, instinctively protected each other. They confirmed their true feelings for one another. Although this by itself is not worthy of praise. You're correct, my child. However, the audience had already taken their seats. What did they expect to see in this illusion of light and sound? Ultimately, schemers will end up with nothing more than hedonists, devoured by their own desires. Naturally, it's the neatest kind of story. It's just an excuse to trot out well-worn platitudes. They would never imagine that a flawed, unworthy love could still be real and still turn heads. Just as those two never imagined there would be a moment when they grew feelings for each other. Made possible by death. Made possible by death. And then, of course, there was Moira, the one who had the highest hopes for, the one I had the highest hopes for before you showed up. Moira rebuilt her faith through another's death. Every detail about Laura was etched into her mind, her name, her eating habits, her unmistakable smile, her extraordinary life, her violent end, and the killers who still hadn't been brought to justice. Grief, anger, doubt, hatred, every emotion that rose within her set fire to a buried past and to herself. She directed this entire performance. Why do you insist on downplaying your own role in all of this? It was you who inserted that ad-libbing, forcing a past that did not originally exist into her mind, bringing Laura into her life. Yes, and what of it? Look at her. She's dancing. You were her dance partner back then, you must have felt it. She isn't like that. She isn't like the children from the Crimson Troop who've been receiving White Flower's training since they were young. But when you look at her dancing, her physique, her tears, her smile, she is acting out a version of her life, or perhaps crafting a kind of truth, or perhaps she no longer has any constraints and can be whoever she wants to be. She will dance through countless people's lives, ditharam, unending, until her mind and body can no longer bear the weight of those emotions. Or maybe she will finally encounter you or some other fool seeking the truth, and one night finally awaken from her dream and end her own life. Regardless of her ultimate fate, her soul will be rich and fulfilled. Regardless of her ultimate fate, she is already no longer just a nameless prop maker from the frontier, no longer a Zalak with nothing and no one to hold on to. You're as talkative as ever, troop leader. It's been a long time since you've spoken about someone with such passion. Not since you, Lucian. I don't deny that I've exerted my influence on Moira and encouraged her, just as I once encouraged you. My child, have you forgotten? It's not for your if not for your thirst to perform, you would have died long ago. When the catastrophe drove you from your home, when you lost your parents, when you found yourself adrift at towering castle amongst strangers, you said, only when I'm in character on the stage, that's the only time my loneliness disappears. The only time I feel like I belong. You clung to that feeling and it kept you alive. You and Moira, you're both natural born actors. You both create sorrow and joy from nothing and use those emotions to survive. No one can ignore your brilliance. And for both of you, my two children, death shall be your teacher. Do you still remember when you hit that wall in your development, when you could not draw inspiration from anything? You were unable to power your performance. That was when you thrust that originium into your throat without hesitation. Then you felt the grip of death, of your inescapable fate. It gave you fear, jealousy, sorrow, anger, shame, and greed, emotions once foreign to you, and after witnessing all these things, your heart has become a mirror. It fueled your desire to dismantle authority, your thirst for destruction. It gave you an endless night and a song that never ceases. It turns the unassuming Lucian into a gleaming blood diamond. Blood diamond, my eternal moniker. Think of Dalton, child. Think of Michael and Marion. Think of Laura and Moira. Look at these souls still struggling through the catastrophe, and look at yourself. You're right, death is still the device I wield best and the ending I've always favored. But I do not see death as destruction. It drives the mighty to disgrace themselves, to the devoted to break their commandments, the pure to sink into filth, and the heroic to commit treachery. It gives strength to the dejected, compels to silence shouted ideals, draws real emotion from the self-absorbed, and frees the timid from their inhibitions. It shows climbers the next foothold and gives the far-sighted the courage to leap. It turns self-proclaimed beacons into the real thing. It sows meaning and waters flaw, cultivates truth and fertilizes falsehoods. It turns dying flesh into blooming flowers and engraves what would fade without a trace. It is agony without relief and overflowing inspiration. It is drama's cause and consequences, its flesh and its soul, the great force behind creation, the law and tether that binds every ideology, every style, every exploration. It is the appointed end and where all things return to dust. Troop leader turns to Lucian, that same smile still lingering on his lips. The wind and sand howl around them, but he remains unfazed. Child, death is also our chance to reunite. What a shame, quite a monologue, yet such little applause, because I am the only one standing across from you, and the only one who ever could. Noise sounds from all directions, and Lucian listens intently. The catastrophe rages. Miss Christine lets out a low howl, something she would normally never do. Their newly accepted companions, scatter in panic, crying out for help in vain. As the troop leader said, death is unfolding on stage. What began with a few intense scenes has now taken over the entire production. You say death is our chance to reunite. I completely agree, so I won't waste this opportunity. If I may, I'd like to share a few thoughts of my own now that you've finished your analysis. After all, both you and I know this routine by heart. The storm snaps off a part of the scaffolding, sending the shower sparks. A nearby rug catches fire, and the flames leap dangerously close to Lucian's side. But he does not even flinch. He stares intently at the person standing before him and removes his hat. All this time, ever since you reappeared, you haven't even mentioned many times I've betrayed you. Why? Because that is unimportant, because you are still you, child. Getting lost in the madness, then returning to clarity, leaving only to later return. After all the trials and tribulations, a hard-won reunion is all the more precious. In the end, time can forgive all grievances. Is that so? I used to think the Crimson Troop was your quill, your canvas, your trap. I thought that in this chaotic world, your audiences sought solace in your performance. I thought you were omnipresent and that no one could escape your grasp. Which is why the plan that I, Shalem, and the playwright came up with failed. Back then, I was young, naive, and full of pride. We believed we had seen the truth for what it really was, but our carefully planned escape route, planned escape turned out to be just another act in your grand play. In the end, Shalem fled from you in fear while I came to find you. You returned to my side. That was the moment when you decided to learn all my techniques. You resolved to learn everything you could about the troop, then use that information to destroy it. Your plan was to use death to stop death and to use destruction to stop destruction. White Flower, Blade Dance, Shadow, the teachers you once learned from all died by your hand. Oh, you know, I just fucking realized the names are the freaking items that you collect from the first from Ice 2, I think, right? And that's I just fucking realized, god damn it. As did I remember the voice, wild and crackling with rage, and the sudden warmth that surged from your chest the moment the blade went in. I thought I had destroyed the Crimson Troop for good. And despite all that, I still failed. You didn't die. Because death is ever present and drama is eternal. Eternal, yes, but after that, I devoted even more time to studying all your greatest works, including myself. I wore down your eternity as any slow-witted disciple might. And at last, I've arrived once more, stepping into your proud creation, a theater of death, of tragedy, of art. Now at last, the catastrophe has finished, setting our final stage. Troop leader, my dear teacher, or perhaps I should call you Tragodia. I'm going to destroy everything that is yours. Lucian unfastens the inhibitor in his throat. The exposed originium crystals gleam as if already rejoicing at the song to come. He offers the troop leader a deep bow as the clouds behind him come crashing down. All right. That was very long. Take a bow. Let me see what we got here. Ooh.
Bring your fight plans, everyone. Watch out for accident-prone areas. If you need me to, I'll wreck this place without hesitation. Enemy cover demolished.
I should try adding a jet engine next time. I'm in position. Target, good hunt. 死傷者はこちらに。
Freeze! Hands in the air! Follow your
Oh, hold on. It's here.
I'm here to help. Request boat capacity calculations complete.
分かった。無駄だ。
Preparing rescue. Get already, guys. This is the battlefield.
Don't underestimate these old bones.
Take flight. Get already, guys.
Good. No one will fall.
Wow, looks awfully dangerous.
負傷者はこちらに。Whew. I have to get serious now. Always so focused on the ground.
But have you forgotten to look above?
All right.
Go ahead. Target discern.
まずは収穫から。I have to get serious now.
Mission accomplished.
There we go. That was honestly very easy. Flickering lights of the ancient castle, the bloody corpses of the teachers, the hollow wind in the darkness, forgetting all of that was not difficult. No one day when Lucien, who was by this time become an assassin, had a dream. Is there hard content with this around? Probably not. He's still in the old castle, still in that empty hall, sitting alone, singing under the lights with all the former members of his troop standing behind him. As alive as ever. Child, we cannot truly erase our past. There will always be traces of them. Do you think I'm scared? No, I've simply finally confirmed that I've yet to fully tear out the ad-libbing you inserted into my life. In other words, you are still here. But you're correct, we cannot truly erase our past, and there will always be traces of them. So to bring your story to an end, I've been walking the same path you once did for all this time. I traveled across the entire land. Calais was a Gaulish border city. When the allied nations suddenly turned on them, Calais was thrown under siege, yet thanks to his powerful cannons and the general hailed as the imperial standard bearer, Calais held fast for months. The general stood atop the wall, refusing sleep, refusing rest, refusing to give ground with their banners still flying high. Even the weariest soldiers held the line. Until the unthinkable happened, the general's most trusted lieutenant opened the gates, a clear act of betrayal. The Emperor of Gaul had given up on Calais, as by then its fate was sealed. The imperial standard bearer had refused to surrender out of honor, and the trusted lieutenant believed he ought to stand by his general. After all, they had already braved so many life or death situations together over the decades. But he knew that holding the line would only lead to more bloodshed, that the city was doomed to become a graveyard. Perhaps that battle-worn soldier simply realized that although there was no perfect choice, there was a way that would allow him to atone for his sins. He persuaded the general, who had long since become exhausted, to take a 10-minute break. Then he seized his opportunity to open the gate. Before the allied forces
Couldn't enter the city. He drove his sword through his own heart. That traitor ended up being the most tragic casualty of the war. But that is ancient history now, Lucian, so ancient that many of the details have long been lost to the river of time. Victoria Lathanian has spent months traveling between more than a dozen cities across different nations, and at last I found an aging vanguard on the brink of death. The guard I had seen, the towering flames of Calais. With his own eyes, he found a badge on the traitor's corpse. Two faces turned away from each other, one smiling and the other weeping. We all know what that symbolizes, dear teacher. And I suppose you made other discoveries as well. Even earlier in Laterano, over 200 years ago, a brilliant cardinal was struck down by gun knights in the plaza in front of Basilica. He was intelligent and compassionate, known as the Sancta closest to the Lord at just 30 years old. He was already widely regarded as the Pope's heir apparent, but then he changed. He grew radical, unyielding, unwieldy. He started preaching, rallying followers, and reaching out to foreign envoys, all in an attempt to check the Pope's authority. Until the situation deteriorated into a religious coup that threatened the entire city-state, the Pope was critically wounded, and the gun knights were deployed. The would-be usurper became the only cardinal in the history of Laterano to die during a coup. No one knows what exactly happened to him. At some point in one of the Ecclesia Requiem, he had a chance encounter with a passing feline, but of course that is hardly a lead worth chasing. It must have taken some effort for you to uncover all of this. Indeed, it was quite troublesome. Merely offered that Sancta a bit of truth. He was already terminally ill, you know. Unlike the incompetent Pope, who knew only how to interpret scriptures, his own zealousness knew no bounds. But with limited time, he might not have been able to put his ideals into practice to hear the church bells ring in the new era. But in truth, this moment the cardinal struck down the Pope, he came to his senses. He realized that death had never caught up with him after all. His sudden clarity only plunged him deeper into madness. Faced with the ruin he had wrought, did he choose to walk willingly into the gun knight's sights? A microcosm of political tragedy from which many of the troops' plays took root. Quite a pity, isn't it? Iberia. It was during the glorious golden age. The lighthouses lit up an approaching ship, only for people to discover it carried nothing but whispering winds from the ocean depths. Ticket stubs stamped with the image of the twin faces were scattered across the deck, and they drifted along with the ship in silence. The lost sailors sing. Inside a young fowl depict the fruit of pain. Amidst the spires of Lathanian ancient arts recorded the nobles' laments and desperate cries. Exile an infant to arrive at joyful death. An encampment covered in thick snow. Weeds walked their own path. Sitting in the depths of the sands, through tears, falsehoods, and riddles, he leaves the bed of withered flowers. You are everywhere. I followed the path you once walked. I crossed the lands, encountering all manner of people and unearthing all manners of secrets, until at last, buried in ancient tomes and tangled rumors, I uncovered your name. Tragodia. However, the legendary Tragodia is a god beloved by the people. He wears a crown of grapevines. He is both intoxicated and intoxicating. He bestows joy and grace. He greets the farmers as they bring in their yearly harvest, guiding them from wilderness to civilization through revelry and celebration. But the true god of wine is a deceitful caster, a performer, an aesthetic, a schemer, a firebrand, a phantom drifting through the currents of history. A long-lived that defies definition. Your perseverance astonished me, child, even more so than the painstaking devotion you once showed in your performance. And yet, when you look back at the path I've taken, shouldn't that be enough to affirm the purpose I've been chasing? As human affairs fade into obscurity, I've found and built what I came to see as the ultimate vessel for beauty, the theater. I've lived long enough to see the very concept of theater become obsolete. At last, after tasting both joy and sorrow, I came to understand the precise conditions under which the most fervent emotions bloom. I found the truth through which I've taught this knowledge to you. Oh, really? That contradicts what I've learned from my research. Hasn't death always walked by your side? A grand theory of yours about death and destruction was never the result of hard work, of hard-won insight. You simply believed in it and saw beauty in it, and so did theater. Let's set aside for a moment the brilliance or depravity of human nature that emerges in times of desperation and turn to some more fundamental questions. From Laterano to Gaul, from Iberia to Sargon, from the old castle to this catastrophe-stricken land, you've directed so many performances that shook the soul. So why have you allowed them to be lost to history? You don't want them to be remembered. You exalt the irrational and unpredictable, so why must every story have the same ending, ruin? Well, what do you think the answer is, child? Tell me. Because it makes everything and everyone unverifiable, both within the theater and beyond. Because it grants you authority, lets you justify yourself, and turns your so-called beauty into the only possible resolution. Steven, if you're still alive, say something. Greta? You really did lock yourself up in your office. What happened outside? It's too much to explain right now. In short, the entire plate is on a collision course with the catastrophe, and everyone else has already evacuated to the power deck. Are you all right? Yeah, something's wrong. The ceiling came down on my leg. I can't move. I'll rescue you. Damn it, that broken column has sealed the door shut. It's really heavy. Just wait a moment. Stay with me. Keep talking. Miss Stone, only now do I understand that I am in no way, shape, or form a genius. Huh? That God came to see me. He hasn't abandoned me. He's shown me a new way of thinking. Actually, he's always been teaching me. I like to think I make good use of my character's deaths of every desperate situation to nourish my stories. I did try that after all in the death of Lady Dupont. Why else would it be called that? Laura from 5 years ago, and now Dalton, Shelley, Michael, and Marion. Each of their deaths was steeped in drama, vivid, poignant, and all too real. Those fragments are like autumn leaves, crimson as blood, and scattered everywhere. Each one is enough to stain the blank canvas of my mind with vivid color. But still, I can't write an ending that satisfies me. I still haven't figured out what kind of scene Lady Dupont's death ought to be. If death and destruction are the way of the god of theater, if they're the skills a true genius of the stage must master, well, I mean, I've never been able to learn them. I'm just a worthless hack. For the love of Borgnine, how can you be so stupid? Huh? Steven, the script auctions are anonymous, you know that, right? Dalton, Abner, everyone in the crew has been shaped by what happened 5 years ago. I brought them together on purpose, but you were the one exception. When I approved the outline for the script, I had no idea it was written by you. I simply felt from the bottom of my heart that the story of Lady Dupont, a woman trapped by her brother's lies and need for control and tormented by the desires of 3 so-called suitors, was worth my vote of approval. I knew she'd be a great protagonist for an amazing story, whether she lived or died. I've never doubted my own vision. Hey, say something. What are you getting at? What are you getting all melodramatic for while I'm out here hauling rocks? So it turns out I just don't agree with you. What are you saying? Saget. So it turns out I just don't agree with the god's methods. There we are, I did it. This place is about to collapse, I'll help you, come on. Wait, Miss Stone. What now? Retta helps hold Steven steady as they both come to a stop and he looks to the side. There's a wall, only half of it still standing, faint remnants of vivid group graffiti stand out harshly against the grimy, dim surroundings. It is a giant promotional mural Tippy had painted for the crew, and by some stroke of luck, the title card remains unscathed amidst the wind and flying debris. The death of Lady DuPont. Steven raises a bloodstained arm and with considerable effort wipes away the first 3 words. My God, it's beautiful. Not even the most imaginative set designer Rankwood could have created a scene like this. Who's to say that ending a film shoot under the shadow of a catastrophe isn't, in fact, the most fitting conclusion of all. This isn't just a publicity stunt. I'm finding myself more and more impressed by Greta's resolve. Alright, that's enough of that. Let's get back to the power deck. It's way too dangerous out here. Hey Milani, leading lady, where are you going? Have you gone mad? Abner, you of all people never really believed this leading lady could make a comeback with this film, did you? You don't even think we'll finish filming it. Honestly, I feel the same. I mean, we don't even have the ending figured out yet, and this whole plate is about to collapse. But that doesn't mean you have to die for it, does it? Oh, this is neat. The catastrophe is closing in. The howling wind is nature's roar, its fury ran across the face of the clouds. But Milani still walks forward to face it. Bro, she's going to die. Who said I have a death wish? Who says Lady DuPont has a death wish? Who says Lady DuPont is meant to die under her brother's oppression, felled by the swords of the 3 Rockefellers, at the hands of those onlookers who sought to curse her, humiliate her, and drive her out? Must her death be a symbol? Must death be a symbol? She should instead, on a night no one could have foreseen, walk straight into a storm just as wild and chaotic as this one, leaving that prison of a castle behind. She shall not perish because this storm is the chariot that will lead her to freedom. You must have realized, Abner, that on my journey I've always regarded Marianne as my imaginary enemy, yes? Yeah. But I know I'll never catch up to her. She was a true genius, both born to inhabit any role she was given. Even fate itself seemed to orchestrate one final catastrophe, just so she could exit this business in a blaze of brilliance. And I'm nobody special. An ordinary woman from a small town who traveled to Rankwood and worked her way up, role by role, film by film, for over a decade, gaining experience and recognition. That's why I care so much about seniority, status, and etiquette, the aspects of film set culture that so many scoff at, because that sort of recognition is the reward I deserve as an ordinary person. This land is quite cruel to ordinary people, Abner. Marianne's retirement gave me the chance to step into the spotlight, but it took only a single slip-up for me to lose everything I gained along the way. My acting skills have fallen off a cliff. My reputation is a shambles. I've tried everything I could think of, but I just couldn't seem to get it back. It's ridiculous. I've never wanted to admit this, but it's true. If Marianne hadn't retired, I never have caught up to her. And right, this very moment, this catastrophe is destroying the entire plate, along with my last hope. But couldn't you also say my fate is smiling upon me? At least I finally have the courage to let go of my inhibitions, the courage to, at least, I finally mustered all the courage to take this first leap. Come to me, Lady DuPont, to come with Milani Rutherford and dance together with the catastrophe, even if no one is filming us. What are you still doing here, Abner? Check your camera, you didn't turn it on, did you? What do you mean? What if I'd gone swept away by the storm? What if your camera had accidentally captured my death just like before? The last thing I want is to belittle your work and to force you to once again resent the tool of your trade. You know, Abner, I've always thought you were dumb. Hey, what would you know? That footage you actually recorded back then at least stands as irrefutable evidence, ensuring that a girl named Laura wouldn't vanish from this land without a trace. Although I couldn't say if that's enough meaning for it to meet your exacting standards. Freaking Kubrick, I am an idiot. This dream-making machine was only made in the first place because people wanted more eyes to see the land with. How long can you hold on, Milani? I hope I don't break this thing. Let's finish filming. Can you see them? Can you hear them? Those still fighting to survive the catastrophe. Nothing ever truly comes from nothing, and not even the most wondrous of art, and it is never death that suddenly awakens the lost or steals the timid. They always had it in them. So answer my question, Tragodia. Are you attempting to remind me that death would simply end this story, this performance, that there would be nary a trace left after the curtain's fall, that I will have, objectively speaking, escaped any and all scrutiny and criticism of my work? That I am a thin-skinned artist? You really did find an interesting angle, Lucian. Perhaps what you say is right, but how are you going to change the ending that has already been written? That child, Tippy, really did just a path of mobile play, using only techniques she picked up from watching film reels. But the shift in its trajectory was insufficient. Nearly half the plate remains on a collision course with the storm. Lucian, you faced a catastrophe when you were young. You should know that one of that scale will destroy everything on this plate. Lucian gently strokes the crystal on his throat. I haven't sung since releasing the inhibitor. Singing, it is a Blood Diamond song. The song that once lit up countless stages before dying out amidst the darkness of that old castle. Today, it echoes once more. The sound passes through the cracks in the ruins, a catastrophe itself, ringing clearly in everyone's ears. Singing with such total devotion. No. It seems that dreams can also be used as barriers. This is the first time I've ever seen you use your arts in reverse, Lucian. Are you trying to protect everyone with the voice that once brought pain in yourself and disaster to others? Are you trying to face this catastrophe alone? Alone? No, you're here with me. Hold your scepter steady, Tragodia. From the moment I rose from the river and walked back to your side, from the moment I returned to the troop and stood before you once again, I have only ever had one motivation. At the climax of every tragedy, there is always a fierce cathartic battle, be it inside a palace, atop a tower, or beneath this ever-shifting sky. Let us finish this drama where the student kills the teacher. My favorite student, my best actor, everything that is headed for destruction shall serve as your backdrop. I am so glad you can enjoy this moment. Even I can't help but be swept away in it. I've forgotten all other matters. But you should know that killing a long-lived is meaningless. You just told me that I found an interesting angle. Okay, give me a second. Hold on, give me a minute. Hold on. All right, where were we? Where was I? You just told me that I found an interesting angle, but it's not interesting far from it. You're a thin-skinned artist. You've been left with no other choice. It is not us who need to die, and not the audience, not the common folk bound by laws or of ordinary reality. It's you, Tragodia. You've walked through history, you've found the truth, you've created dreams from darkness, you've fed both me and Shaylin with despair, you've drawn in lost souls one after another and lashed actor after actor. You taught us to feel pain, to learn evil, to be stained with blood, to sing of destruction. You taught us to dress for the stage, to wear a mask in life, to believe in what you called rebirth. You built a story and drew in the audience. You chose that Lateran Cardinal, that Gaulish General, White Flower, Blade Dance, Shadow, Dalton, Shelley, Moira. You've chosen a million Lucians with which to bring about death. You exhausted its form, crafted its style, and perfected its meaning. Because it is also far away from you. So far away. Long-lived death is the one you is the one shore you will never reach. Director, death is the one performance you can never take part in. Tragodia, death is the one art you will never embody. All your aesthetics, your insights, your experiences, everything you push us to pursue has done nothing for you in the end. I once thought this brought you joy, but your sorrow has always outweighed your sense of accomplishment. If you yourself are the theater, then your very existence is a paradox. The ending is nigh, isn't it? Do you feel resentful or helpless? Do you find this funny or confusing? Or have you simply ignored it? Have you never felt the same pain that I have? Tragodia is uncharacteristically silent, his eyes fixed on the face in front of him that is lost in emotion. Lucian shouts loudly. The raging storm does not even distort his voice in the slightest. He sings and chants while the originium crystals creep visibly along his neck. Does it hurt, child? Yes, of course it hurts. If you keep using your arts without restraint, it will kill you, child. Are you jealous? Perhaps, but your performance really is moving. Lucian responds to Tragodia with even greater fervor. His surging emotions give him newfound strength, and at last he seizes the upper hand in their clash. In an instant, he plunges the scepter into Tragodia's torso. Ooh. Pain is my blade, and at last I have driven it into the one who caused my pain in the first place. You. The current must fall in every performance. Cycles will not help shape our so-called destiny. Child, I've just gained new inspiration. This story deserves to be continued. The plate beneath their feet is swaying and shaking, but is starting to stabilize. People start to poke their heads out from the ruins and look at the receding disaster. They can hardly believe the catastrophe they have just experienced. Hundreds of broken masks drop to the ground as Tragodia slowly falls to his feet. Lucian is sure that he has pierced Tragodia's heart and completed his grand murderous drama. However, he also notices a change in himself. Oh, he looks cool. He's closed his scepter, this crown. Have you given me a new ad-libbing? The silver white hem of his robe flutters in the wind, brushed by grains of sand, yet spotless as ever. Lucian silently studies the elegant garment. It is flamboyant and exquisite, and fits him perfectly, as if it had been tailored just for him. He could walk into any festival or onto any stage in it, and it would suit him perfectly. It is as if this is the catastrophe's gift to him, his reward for slaying his teacher. The theme of this murder was clearly betrayal, yet at the last moment, it became a passing of the torch. Lucian is silent. The fallen Tragodia has disappeared where he once lay. There is only blood and his mask. Now the dark red carpet extends upwards along the steps without end. It is the path he was meant to walk, and it is now free of all obstacles. These thoughts spring to Lucian's mind from nowhere. So he climbs the stairs without lowering his head or looking back. Just then he hears Tragodia's voice. Lucian, you are the finest actor in the land. You have honed your craft well, and you use your powers of reason, to grasp hold of the mask of emotions. You know well my origins, so it should be clear that to you that you have not ended me, but by merely killing me. You shouldn't pin your hopes on a scene that was once performed in an ancient castle. Or is it that you were certain I would think this way and make this choice? It's also interesting, maybe you were right, death is the one, sure I will never reach, the one performance I can never take part in, and the one art I can never embody. We each walk their own path, through tears, falsehoods, and riddles. He leaves the bed with withered flowers. He writes his epitaph into this stirring dust, waiting for the day when he gazes upon it. Oh, whoops. Or just let it finish panning. There you go. Death or destruction is the greatest gift you could ever give your teacher. But have you considered that what you now reject and what I've left behind is only one of theater's countless possibilities, one of the many ways beauty can be defined, and therefore that what you've just killed was but one of the thousands of existence. Go on. Life rushes by, but the theater endures. The theater will never perish, and aesthetics will always change. So therefore, I will always stand at the pinnacle of everything. The theater cannot be killed. I can only redefine it, replace one theater with another, overthrown old aesthetics with new. I can become the new you. If that is the only possible fate for the two of us, then I accept it. You see, Lucian, once again, we've entered into a tacit agreement. Continue forward, climb to the highest point up on the stage. You shall wear the crown or of performance. You shall wield the scepter of inspiration. You shall wear the years of performing and being performed. This process will only add to your pain, but you must accept it. Child, you shall walk from here with both my blessing and my curse. I fulfilled the promise I made to you when we first met. I will never be an obstacle to you or an obstacle to theater. This is my final gift to you. How much further can you walk? What other answers can you come to? Tragodia. Lucian does not answer, and the sound finally stops. He stands at the top of the stairs. The storm is far away now, and blood trails behind him. He loves his this desolate scene. He loves the unformed arts in his body, and he stretches out all his pain. Then the new Tragodia sings his song.
No need to thank me. I hardly broke a sweat.
Nice. Molly, you've lost so much weight. I did spend 2 whole months in bed. I went looking for you once the plate stopped. When I saw medics carrying you out, all covered in blood, and you weren't moving, I thought you were dead. His singing voice is terrifying. But he only wanted to stop me, he didn't want to kill me. It definitely wasn't a coincidence that he bumped into Greta at the auction. Like she said, he had another motive to join the film crew. And what was that? He was looking for something that exists, something that's always with us, even though we know nothing about it. Okay, I knew he was a mysterious dude, but now I'm even more confused. But forget about him. I'm sorry for taking so long to come see you, mostly because they make it a real pain to file a visitation application for this place. I know, Tippy. But I used you and caused others to misunderstand you. Lucian was right, I was ignoring the truth in my hands. In my final moments of madness, I didn't even think of you. Listen to me, Molly, no matter what you went through, no matter what your goal, you hurt the people who were by your side practically 24/7. You're a criminal, and I won't ever forgive you for that. But that doesn't mean I can't also miss the times we would crash on the sofa to watch horror flicks, just the two of us. Wasn't that fun? Wasn't that, like, real? Yeah. When I was stuck in bed, my wounds hurt so bad, I couldn't sleep. I kept recalling everything that happened. The whole night would pass, but only my pain was real. Honestly, it doesn't matter how absurd a story gets, if we're all puppets of fate or whatever. It's not like I never had a choice. If only I'd focused more on the movies we were watching instead of thinking about the truth I thought was real: hatred, madness, blood, and puppets. I'm sorry, Tippy. If I met you earlier, maybe you wouldn't have even needed Laura. The final day of your trial is in 2 days, right? I talked to a few lawyers, and it seems like... Don't let my ending bother you. Warden's nice here. You let me stay in the prison's logistics department during these last few days to make stuff the prisoners can use. I'm not living like I was before, merely waiting in vain for the finale. Good, good. You're almost out of visiting time, so let's talk about happier stuff. What happened to the movie we all shot together? Oh, everyone's here already. Sorry I'm late. Nervous, Steven. A bit. Relax. We shot that ridiculous finale, and when it went to editing, color grading, and music production, everyone did their best to complete production in only 2 months. I'm glad we agreed on the title change, Steven. I will be thanking you again for your final performance inside the catastrophe. Otherwise, deleting those 3 words would have been nothing but pretentious navel-gazing. Lady Dupont is by no means as attention-grabbing as the death of Lady Dupont, but let Greta worry about the marketing. There is no doubt in my mind that our new title suits the story best. Right, I'll handle it. I'll get Lady Dupont into theaters, then visit a police station to do what I have to do. Pinch me, I'm not seeing things, am I? Pinchy, you just snap your shutter already. This is guaranteed to go to the front page tomorrow. How did that niche AGFF attract such distinguished guests? How much did the organizers spend? How many years has it been since Marianne Blake showed up in Rankwood? Grandma Jara. It's been a while, Tip. Yo! Okay, I wasn't expecting that they were grandma and granddaughter. Judging by your outfit, let me guess what kind of role this was. Script supervisor, prop master, stunt woman, or some kind of furniture city warrior. Background painter, of course. I've been in this crew for half a year and was even selected to join the Rankwood Studio plate restoration project last week. The plate our crew rented got totally wrecked by catastrophe, so the boss put me in charge of the design work once it's rebuilt, and I've been like so busy. I see you finally figured out what you wanted to do. I told you before, didn't I? I love movies, every last part of them. And now I finally found out what my favorite part is. So you don't plan on going back? Think you could keep shielding me from the old man? Your grandfather may be an old friend of mine who used to be my finest partner in the industry, but that doesn't mean he'll let me tell him how to raise his grandkids. Just tell him this the next time you have tea with him. We're all retired, aren't we, old chap? Why waste our time worrying about the little things? No, Tip didn't use any of your contacts, nor did she follow your plan to become a historical film director. But isn't she living it up in Rankwood? Who knows, half the backdrops in town might be spray painted by your granddaughter one day. Alright, I recorded all of that. I'll play it for him the next time we meet. Oh, Grandma Jara. Fine, but I might not have time to see your grandpa next time I'm in Colombia. Oh yeah, didn't you go all the way to Rimbilliton for some fresh air? Did you come back for Rhineland stuff? That's too many questions, Tip. Once the screening's done, I have to head over to Max DC to see the Vice President. So at least let me have a chat with an old friend, will you? Long time no see, Marianne. Just call me Jara. After so many years away from the silver screen, Marianne sounds like a stranger's name to me. By the way, I have to thank you, Jara. I'm sure you know that given my current reputation, I don't have much of an influence in the industry anymore. So without your help, AGFF would never allow Lady Dupont as a late submission. It was my pleasure. Though I must say I had no idea that Tippy was actually... I would have helped you with or without her. I just watched the part with the catastrophe and felt it'd be such a pity for the audience to miss out on the actress's performance, so I thought I'd do an old friend a favor. But even if Lady Dupont gets free marketing at AGFF, that doesn't always translate into box office numbers. Lonnie, you know better than I that if Rankwood were a person, he would be the most forgetful and least tolerant person there is. There's no guarantee that he'd accept a lover running back into his arms. Besides, you did destroy an entire plate. Even if the film's a smash hit, you might not make enough to pay for the damages. At least I did it, and I have no regrets. But rather than mulling over all that, I'd like to ask you a question. Go ahead. When you encountered a catastrophe while shooting the eternally shining star, the camera caught you as the storm nearly missed you. Was it just an accident like you said at the press conference, or did you also move toward it of your own will? Is the answer to that still important to you even now? No. It sure is hard to say if I really did beat you in the end. A splendidly dressed female lead laughs heartily before every camera in the room, though he does not even know what she's laughing at. After a long time, she opens her arms towards her former rival, the genius she always thought she would never catch up to. The one she had always exchanged polite greetings with on camera for a hug. And it is returned in kind. Let's head in. Melanie Rutherford as Lady Dupont. Michael as the three Rockefellers. He's fucking dead, right? He never made an appearance after that, like, one scene, right? That one scene that they did. Dalton as Sir DuPont. He's dead too. Lucien as the messenger. Producer Greta, Stephen Quay, Shelley. Art department, Carl Bob, Tippy, Jericho. Production, Abner, Leo. Costume department, Marion. Prop department, Moira. They even included her name into the stage department, Houghton. Oh, look. It's over? Yep. Thoughts on the film? I heard about what happened behind the scenes, the murders, the catastrophe, even the project management was a mess. So before I sat down to watch it, I thought the film couldn't possibly live up to all of that, but the absurd noble's marriage breakdown ending with a catastrophe, the plot twist made sense, but so many of the characters were just bizarre. It's hard to say if it's good or bad, but it's a lot to chew on. Same, to be honest. Story aside, even the production was pretty controversial, like the cinematography is inconsistent at times. The first part was shot meticulously like a serious historical drama, but it becomes rougher and rougher towards the end, especially the catastrophe scenes, where it's totally filmed like a documentary. It's definitely going to be polarizing. The fans will rate it highly, while the haters are going to hate it. But that's what makes it interesting, isn't it? Ringwood's been getting more and more boring over the years, and that goes for AGFF films too. But this one, I'd buy a ticket to Lady DuPont. Let's see what the director and cast have to say during the post-screening round table. Oh yeah, I heard that unlucky looking gal in the front worked on it too. Oh boy, my luck is awful. After a month of applications, I finally landed a spot as their last stagehand. But then all of that happened the moment I arrived on set. I lost so much sleep after running into those corpses. And if it weren't for the insomnia, I wouldn't have kicked the wall with my mind all messed up. And broken my leg when I was trying to follow everyone down to safety when the catastrophe came near. And if I didn't break my leg, I wouldn't have missed my bus and missed the first half of the screening. Ah, dude. I feel so bad for her. The unlucky stagehand mutters to herself as the credits roll. She recalls her experience and cannot help but feel sorrowful about it all. Even the images on the screen feel strange to her. The familiar faces and scenes have all been assembled in a way she cannot understand, just like her topsy-turvy life. Then she spots her name at the end of the credits. Stage Department Houghton. No matter how the hand of fate may change, it will eventually leave a line, a truth you believe in. Oh. It's over, aren't you taking part in the post-screening roundtable? I'm not with them, besides the two of you are here. True enough. Yes, it was wonderful, be it the film itself or otherwise. Lucien? Is he dead for good this time? Or is he still alive somehow? I'd have to think about that. But all you need to know, Shalem, is that you won't have to worry about shadows from the past invading your dreams, even when you're on Rhodes Island ever again. And playwright, you may write your scripts as you wish about any topic and any style. The Crimson Troop is no more, you two are free. And you? You just said you'd have to think about this, his ending, which means you're stuck on that path, correct? Drama never dies, so is the one sitting beside me right now, no longer Blood Diamond, but Tragodia. It sounds like you've paid a heavy price, Lucien. I wouldn't say so. If our previous attempts at escape or revenge were just scripts for us to follow, then now we can finally step into the future. I will travel again, sing and perform again until I'm certain that what I create manages to match my joy and pain. It could be a new troupe or a new proposition, new adventures and new stories, or a more dazzling tomorrow, a more tragic truth. Hey Shalem, we're all buddies here. Would you like to lend him a hand? Lucien, are you sure about this? Of course. Those who've lost themselves in their haste, the ascetics, you've closed off their senses and themselves, the lay people who trudge through both highs and lows, and the creatures who chew on their pain. This land has never lacked for actors. So I welcome you both to join the troupe. This was nice. I really like this. I really like this story. It was really good. I liked it. It was a fun read. We got Miss Christine. Ice down here, doctor. Cack out your tongue. You can hear my voice now. Long time no see. You can pet me more than last time I permitted. Miss Christine. Let's go. That was great, right?
Welcome home, Doctor.
All right, how many was that? Let's see. 25,000. That's okay. So, you know what? Fuck it, you know, we'll do like one more. Wait, how many singles do I have? I got 2 singles. Do like one more, right? I'm not doing breakthrough. Fuck that. I'm keeping my sanity, all right? We'll do like one temple and then I'm calling it, all right? I'll use my 10-pull ticket. Why not? That's a 5. I didn't get him. I didn't get Tippy though. I want Tippy. I want what kind of character is Tippy? Hold on. Can I see the details? What is Tippy? She's a go for pity. I don't want to go for pity. Hey, actually, how many pulls do I have? 95,000. So then that would be. Okay, wait. Recalculating. 95,947. Divide that by 600. That's 154 pulls. Oh wait, hold on, wait. No, hold on, wait. 95. I hit 2. 947. Divide that by 600. 159 pulls. Oh, it's a flying operator. Oh. Okay, so 95,000. That's 159. She's the. I don't think I picked her up, did I? No, I didn't. She is Contrail. She's Sky Ranger, right? Babe, I'm not doing pity. That's enough, I think. But I gotta save. She is. Okay, yeah, she's Sky Ranger, right? Yeah, I don't have her. Ooh. Yeah, fuck it. I have 159. So that would mean. If I'm saving all the way up for the collab pit, you know what? I'll do it once, alright? I got her. There she is. Yay. Okay, wait. No, go here. Oh wait. Let me like see her. Yeah, I got Tippy. Where is she? Yeah, no, she is. Oh, there she is. There she is. Sky Ranger. Is she the second Sky Ranger in the game? I don't think there's any other Sky Rangers besides Contrail. Contrail was the only Sky Ranger. Now we got Tippy. Right, yeah. Wait, what's this one do? Oh. Let me see. This is okay. This is the only time. Okay. Oh yeah, wait. B100 got a new. B100 got a English VA now. If I recall seeing the notes of the maintenance. Worth it. Okay. This is only one. Okay, one, because everything else is going into. Yeah. B100 got a EN VA this patch. I just remembered. I want to take a look at that, right?
Permit me to
there he is! There he is!
The curtain has finally fallen on the longest plague.
Tragodia!
To reorganize my thoughts.
There he goes. Okay, you know, I know it's a bit too late to ask, but how good is he? How good is Tragodia?
I signed the returnee ledger with my Rankwood autograph.
How good is he? I know it's a little late to be asking this question, but how good is he? Very meta. Very meta. Oh, okay. Okay.
I am out.
Okay. All right. And I got, so how many pulls was that? That was 30? Wait, hold on, I think I can see here. Nope. Wait, yeah, no, how many was that? Was that 30? So wait, I did 10 when I first started stream. And then I did 10 the ticket. Oh wait, no, it's 4. Yeah, I did 40. Yeah. Instant E2 and try him out and Vector 32. I don't have the mats. I don't have the money.
to immediately eat to him. I think. Not bad. Yep, not bad. Yeah, it's 2 tickets, plus the 5 tickets, plus all the other gems. So yeah, not too bad, I guess. Wait. So let me see here. $100,000. Okay. So I have bad news. I do not have any I don't have any tickets. I don't have any tickets. Because you know where all that fucking went? You want to know where all that fucking went, Luigi? Into her. It all went into her. She extorted me, man. No wonder she is rich. All right. She took how many LMD, how many XP certs? She took everything, and he still don't have a module. I still don't have the module because she's demanding more money from me. Bro, she is like extremely rich. She does not need my money. Dude, she is like one of the wealthiest people, right? She has her own business, right? She has worked together with Bison to make a business in where was it again? Fuck, I don't remember where the place is. It's I think I can find it here. It's on the map. It's not Sargon. It was. It was. Oh, what is the place called? Here is this place. Siesta, yes. Her and Bison made a business in Siesta. Just no such thing as too much money. I fucking dropped something. Fuck. Where'd it go? Yeah, I got no more tickets. It's all gone. Everything's gone. Wait, do I even have... Hold on, do I even have... 1 second, do I even have... Okay, so I need this stuff, right? I don't have this stuff. I can go do this thing. Okay, you know what's great? I can actually just farm this all out. No problem, right? It's gonna take me a while, but I can farm this all out because I have this sanity. I haven't refreshed the monthly thing. Don't know if I will. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. I'm taking this. Let me see here. I have all this stuff. It's so fast now with the auto update. I know it will, but I still gotta like farm all this stuff. So. Okay, I'll save those for the mats. I got 78. I could get more when, yeah. I'll just use 20 pots. Hi, Ryzen, what's up? Oh, you missed my polls, man. You missed them. I got him. I got this guy. You missed my polls, man. And I've already finished the event. It's already almost time for me to end the stream. You showed up late to the party, sadly, Ryzun. How unfortunate. I gotta eat to this guy. Wait, what are his skills? Hold on. Wow, that is a lot of text. Well, for me, I'm not pulling for you. Attack speed, he's worth it. I miss him too. Keep going. Yeah. Dude, if I didn't get him, I would have blamed you. All right, I would have blamed you. But so hard if I didn't get him. I was willing to throw you under the bus for convincing me to pull more on the banner.
Talent's splash area expands. While active, can deploy a Blood's Whisper, which lures up to 4 enemies who enters range and can pass it to it, prioritizing elite or leader enemies for 10 seconds after deployment. As first target arrives, its position. Unlimited duration. Damn, Blood Whisper has an independent redeployment time. Damn. Except you accept the risk. You knew what I signed. No, I didn't. All right. I lost 40 pulls, man. That's 40 less pulls. All right. I still have over 100 pulls, but still, I lost 40 pulls here. It's gonna take me a while to reimburse. Now you move the boss wherever. Now you move the boss wherever you want. Damn, that's actually pretty sick. Oh, you Luigi. Oh, not you Luigi. Ah, gotcha. Now you move the boss where. That's actually pretty cool. Like any boss, like it's not affected by anything, right? It's broken good. So wait, so I can just move the boss wherever I want. Does it? It's not affected by anything. Like bosses, like. Really? That's actually pretty sick. What's his third skill? Wait, I think I view it on the banner here. His third skill, where is it? This one. Attack range expands, attack 125%. Prioritize attacking enemies, not under burst effect. Enemies, yeah, no resistance yet. Oh, lures such a broken mechanic. Damn, that's pretty sick. Prioritize attacking enemies, not under burst effect. Enemies that have received nervous impairment from Tragodia while skill is active take 10% of attack as nervous impairment per second until burst effect is triggered. Enemies within attack range have 50% to their nervous impairment. Cooldown, recovery rate. Enemies entering the burst effect of nervous impairment will generate a refresh of Cage of Chaos at the ground. What the fuck is a Cage of Chaos? Hold on. Oh, this thing. Cage, block all enemies on this tile when created. Refresh disappears when not blocking a target or after receiving 3 stacks of 3 attacks from a blocked target. Persists an additional 30 seconds after Tragodia's skill ends. Damn. There's basically just come here, babe, let me love you and embrace it, then jump scare. Oh shit, hold on. Oh, there's Blood Whisper. Cannot be attacked and can only be deployed on melee tiles. Lures up to 4 enemies which enters range and can. Oh my dude, that's a pretty big range. Oh, that's a pretty big range, dude. Oh, damn, that's pretty sick. Oh. Okay, so wait. I'm guessing the second skill is his best skill, right? His second skill is his best skill. Oh yeah. All right. So yeah, I'm probably gonna maybe get masteries on that one very quickly. 100%. Okay. So yeah, his second skill is his best skill. Any use for his third skill though, or is it just for nervous impairment status application? No idea. Okay. Well, it looks like that you can use Cage of Chaos, but it looks like that that enemy has to die to generate. Or no. Enemies entering the burst effect of nervous will generate. Okay. Fresh. So the third one can be used as stalling, I guess. Can use to stall enemies because it drops a Cage of Chaos and then it just blocks enemies, all enemies, right? So I'm guessing this is just for stalling. Okay, his first skill. Binds target. Okay, this is just for binding. Okay. So yeah, if you want to stall, I guess use this one. If you want this one too. And plus it has unlimited duration. That's cool too. Hold on. Okay, what's this do? Wait. What's the difference? Elemental injury dealt to elite and leader enemies increased by 80%. And what's the difference here? When deployed, all enemies on the field under burst effect. Minus 20% attack speed when enemies within attack range perform normal attacks. They take 9. Okay. So it just increases his talents, damage, and attack speed debuff on enemies. Okay. Okay, that's pretty sick. All right, yeah, I'm gonna try building him. All right. Anyway, guys, I'm calling it quits now. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Bryson, thank you for stopping by. Luigi, I'll catch you later. We'll see if I'm able to stream tomorrow. We'll see. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and I will see you all, yeah, next time. Bye. I can't tell if you're ending. I am ending. Yep. So yeah, anyway, yep, I'm ending now. Bye-bye.